You all found your way to Zlargo through your company here, who has officially begun to figure you guys out. You have begun, in fact. It is time for the season. Um, you guys made your way to Zlargo. No, I am not speaking German soon. Um, and yeah, you guys kind of brought some friends along, got ready to go. Cross, we met with an old friend and I guess employer. Ambassador Cross, no longer now Viceroy Cross of Leora, met up with Prince Orbrave of Lucille. The two seem to be, on pretty good terms. The prince has attempted to hide himself for as long as he can, though he expects that it is only going to be for a limited time amongst the Zalargo gnomes. But he's going to do his best, putting Cross in charge of the retinue and him wearing a sort of full-plated mask to sort of hide himself. The rest of the party is kind of, went about and enjoying the Scholar's Mask, where everybody is hidden, and on this first challenge, it's to you to figure out who everybody is. Lois, with the help of her big sister, thinks she got a lead on finding her most promising marriage prospect, Moldrig Ir Tavardru, who is, as a reminder, the key to House Leora's, being responsible for the diplomatic speaking in Corvair, whereas Sibis would back off and just simply take the responsibility for the licensing of professionals that might be related to the spoken word and the spoken word, or excuse me, the written word. And that's, oh, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't that. Excellent. So with that, Lois has begun to sort of get tabs on who she thinks Noldrick is. She's taken to the dance floor with an individual wearing a bit of an excitable, ostentatious mask who looks very similar to the person that Barbara sort of pointed Lois at. And the rest of the party is kind of gone to a later section in the mask to look at some of the puzzles that they've got going on. Very interesting time. So, let's pick up from there. I'm going to hold off on the rumors and reputation phases until the night is complete, because I believe that is where that would all come into play most sensibly. So we will play out the rest of the Scholar's Mask, which we'll say is about halfway over at this point. Yeah, we'll do all those phases afterward, depending on all of your wonderful, wonderful actions. Okay, so to bring us back in and remind us exactly what we're up against, quote unquote, there is multiple rooms here to the Scholar's Mask. The mask. Here we go. Scholar's Mask. This is interesting. Largo. Outfits coordinator. A lot of documents. Alright, here we go. So, as a reminder, as you guys are all beginning to figure out, this is a gala being held by Clan Halan here in Korenberg. There has been a number of locations that you've seen. There is the Grand Hall that has the Dance of Inference. There is the Hall of Echoes that is filled with mirrors that show the history of Solargo. There is the Puzzle Parlor and a mysterious fourth room that has not yet been opened to the public. Most of you are in the Puzzle Parlor, kind of enjoying a fun puzzle while Lois is dancing. So, who would like to start us off today?
I will.
Yeah, by all means,
Because
Grant.
I'm sat down in front of Rowen, so
Yep. Yeah, you guys are chilling. No problem there.
enjoying
Um,
yourself.
Honestly, this is a lot of fun. I didn't think it was going to be this fun. The gnomes know how to throw a party.
Wish I'd known about this room beforehand. I would have just
Come
stayed in
straight
here the
here.
whole night.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What does
D
my puzzle look like? Because I got one in front of me.
what does your puzzle look like? Good question. I'm gonna say yours. It's basically like these rods. They're some kind of metal rod, and it's got a ring on it, and it's like an intricate web of these iron rods. And the idea is to try and get the ring off of it.
Okay.
Looks like it should be easy, but as you're beginning to play with it, you realize it is a rather complex structure.
I've been meaning to speak to you on a matter.
What's on your mind?
Before, when we were back in the Tower of the 12, I spoke with Baron Merrick's. It was a strange conversation, to say the least.
Yeah, he can be that way.
It was, well, I was asking him about his reason behind his views on the Warforged, and he just seemed to meet my confusion with equal measure of confusion, as if I'd asked him why the sky is blue.
Okay, but for real, to him, yeah. To him, yeah. It's pretty much the same. I mean, I've I've wondered at your animosity for a while, and I've heard you explain it, and I've had time to think on it. Like, I don't see why we can't make amends and move forward. Obviously, with the understanding that things need, customs need to change, right? Small things. We, like, I've spent a lot of time with Merrick's. And whenever he's meeting with Warforged, he will get up and walk, or like, actually, honestly, I think I'm just going to have puzzles around, right? We just hang out and do puzzles and talk. That's great. Um, but the world exists around organic entities. And you were built with a purpose. Yeah. You were built with a purpose. And that purpose has sort of dissolved. And you were also used to being given objectives and with no context. I could see why freedom would be really hard.
Well, it wasn't just a lack of context, it was a lack of resources. We were told to start from zero in the world millions of years old with a rich history. It's hard to start from zero in a world that's been so firmly established, as you say, with a organic life in mind. I don't necessarily begrudge freedom in its, you know, as a concept. Some of us have managed to flourish quite well. In a sense, I even count myself among those who have managed to
I would hope so.
rise with this
Right?
freedom, but it fell into my lap by seemingly by chance, and others have not been so lucky.
And so maybe part of what we can do, if Leora is supposed to be like the people's house, right? Maybe that's part of what we could do is, I'm going to say this probably the wrong way. Please don't be upset for the words that come out of my mouth, but we can find a way to make um, accessible living standards for the Warforged, even like in things like architecture, right? And things like social customs. It'll take a while. I mean, something like this will take, it's like a big project, but it's really worth doing. And
Oh,
the Warforged were made for war. And ostensibly, all of the other races have existed when there wasn't war, right? And so we have a not war setting, but y'all really don't. Maybe, man, this is gonna sound really adolescent, like, oh, maybe they just need to have some time to find themselves. But like, maybe the Warforged in particular should be given access to trades, to art, to develop an identity, a peacetime identity, right? And I look, I know I'm talking like big crazy social, like I know this is nothing we can do tomorrow, but um and my background's kind of weird, right? But hanging out with Merrick's definitely brought that home. And if I've ever been a shithead, cross, seriously, I'm sorry.
you've been fine. Zolon, I'd rather not talk about. I, more than anything, we fought a war. We were soldiers, and rather than be compensated, we were simply let loose. And there's no well, there's no outside force that could heal the betrayal, I feel. But there are lengths that can be taken to fix the tangible problems that immediately face all of us. One being just a lack of money and housing. It's not hard for me to walk the streets and find Warforged in Sentry's Rest in alleyways and dark corners. Just compensation for the war we fought and resources with which to, yes, as you say, find a peacetime identity, because that was what we were assigned to do, in a sense, with giving our freedom and told to find our way in the world, but we're not designed with that in mind. So that's a difficult task. Some of us have found our way, but it's hard to say find a trade or a hobby if you can't afford to pay for the training.
No, I get that. Soldiers who fight are paid. The Warforged were never paid. Oh, we need to go talk to Lois. We need to talk to Lois. Like, this isn't. I am slowly studying, but this is a fight for Lois. This is, oh my, I should not be this excited about this. This is ridiculous. No, no. Cross, you follow me?
I'm not entirely picking up what you're putting down, however.
Any Warforged, every soldier who fought in the war, when they were done with the war, they got a paycheck. So every soldier who fought in the war should have gotten a paycheck. So if you're a Warforged and you fought in the war, you owed a paycheck from someone. Now, how we're going to do that legally, I don't know. See, that's where Lois comes in, but she could make that happen. Everyone's going to fucking, they'll deal with it. They'll deal with it. We're charming. It's fine. Yeah, no. Let's just get you your back pay.
Well, Lois does have the talent for such a legal battle, though the one, well, most obvious counter argument would be is that at the time we were all property. You don't pay your property.
Oh. Do we want to talk about the moment you had souls? Do we really want to litigate that? Oh, because that could be a whole lot worse. You
You want to
know?
make a insight check on this little plan?
Sure, I'll
Just a
roll on that.
preliminary little insight check.
9.
Right. Yeah, you're like, Cross, maybe you're inspired to make sure your people are treated well, but you're welcome to go with what you feel and what you've said.
I mean, Cross is a cynic, so he thinks that this, as talented as Lois is, and he's seen it firsthand, he probably thinks that, like, you're really gonna ask, like, former, like, nations who owned, like, armies of Warforged to, like, do back pay?
At
That's
the moment,
money.
at the moment, no, we don't have the brass, but we will someday. And that is worth working towards. In the meantime, wherever it is that we land, we should create a, I don't know, Sentry's Rest. Just a place that Warforged can go, gather, and be safe as they rest. It can be quiet, it doesn't have to be a huge thing.
What I did also want to ask is whether House Leora has any place in the negotiation between deciding kind of leadership.
And we want to stay out of that, Cross. There is nothing we can do. There's no take we can take that we don't get our asses burnt.
A pity.
I agree. But I know better. I would not be surprised to find that Jorlana shares Merrick's sentiment.
Jolana did express sympathies when we first met back in Ondare, but perhaps I was built to be skeptical.
That's fair.
It's hard to take that kind of sympathy at face value when, to my knowledge, that stance was prompted by my very existence. Merrick's is an exception because it seems to have been something he's held on to, well, his whole family has expressed long before my creation.
That's very true.
The sympathies ring different when the other person stands to gain something by appealing to my heart.
That is also very true.
So, how is your puzzle going? Because mine has me. It looks simpler than it is.
How is Rowen's puzzle going?
Yeah, can we roll for these?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Let's see here. What would be good? I think these are investigations. These feel investigating to me. They're tricky though. These are tricky.
15.
You're struggling. You know, you're making progress. You're like, yeah, okay. Like you made it about halfway through it, and you're like kind of struggling to kind of bring it all around at the end. What about you, Rowan?
I've got the wrong character up, so I gotta switch out real quick. Give me a quick second. That's an 11.
You guys are talking about big brain shit, and you're a little distracted. All of your attention's on it. Last session, I said that Prince Orgrave was hanging out with you guys, but that's still okay. Cool. He's been kind of passively listening, but definitely been more paying attention to his, maybe like listening passively, but like he's doing his thing with the thing, and he's struggling with his too. He has this like. It's like a Rubik's Cube, but it's more like it's got more sides to it. It's more like a ball, and it's like
Oh God.
He's like
Oh,
he's God. I'm so grateful. That's all I know. So he just keeps going away. He kind of whispers that to you guys. And you guys are all struggling with your little functionaries.
no, but we are entertained, right?
Yeah. You're entertained, hanging out, having a good
Totally
time.
entertained.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's move around there. I'm going to bring us to our finale member here in a moment. Ludwig, what were you up to? You had just finished up in the hole
Well,
there.
I took a tour of Zorgonian history a little bit with the mysterious drinking buddy. I'm going to go see what the dance room is like.
What's the dance room like there, buddy? All right. Excellent. I should bring us to the scholars. Where was my little... Let's some good music going. Gnomes! That's what the track's called. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you head over to the big ballroom. There is practically nobody above 5 feet tall. But nonetheless, it is a dazzling interior that we're going to turn down. The music is excellent, being played by several very, very fancy bards. Many people here are tremendously fancy. And you would also see Lois dancing on the dance floor with somebody. Yeah, you don't see any of your party members. You're backed by your buddies. But yeah, it's a room chock full of masked gnomes and similar humanoid creatures. Not always humanoid in some cases, but similarly sized creatures.
Okay. They all tend to be 5 feet tall. Okay then.
Well, the gnomes themselves are about 3, maybe 3.5.
Okay, 3 feet tall.
But there's occasionally, like, you'll see, like, a dwarf walk by who's walking a little funny, and you assume is the result of some illusion.
Interesting.
A gnome in disguise.
Is there anyone looking over the dance floor that looks interesting to me, perhaps?
Well, there are many people, and everybody looks interesting, and everybody's masked. You just want to kind of like pick a gnome out of the crowd?
Sure, why not?
Sure. Let's see here. Let me see. Who's of interest here? Find the website. So page. Okay, let's see here. Photos. Oh, this is so weird. I can't reach up buttons. What do? Let's work. Great. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Try to check. Here we go. Excellent. Roll me, let's call it a D10.
Okay. Let's roll a D10. 2.
2. I gotta just create a little document for how people rank dressed. Okay, let's see here. This person's dressed like, seems to be dressed like some gnomish man, wearing the usual sort of layered styles with various designs on it. A large sort of cravat, a large sort of fluffed cravat. There is sort of like a dark image to the mask itself. Sort of an interesting figure. Or you know what? This person has... Yeah, that's who this person is. They have a mask that almost looks like a hammer. It almost looks like a... Yeah, it looks like some kind of like wooden hammer that kind of goes down straight across the front of his face. Seems to be watching Lois dance from the sidelines with a bit of like... a little not super happy about it.
Good. Can I do an insight check on him?
Sure.
Okay, interesting. 9.
You would see he looks... maybe he had his eye on Lois, and Lois is dancing with someone else right now, so he's a little... trying to figure out what to do about that.
Do I have any idea what this mask might represent?
You can make a history check.
Okay, let's try that. 21.
21. That'll do. Surprising knowledge of gnomish culture, my friend. You are indeed going to recognize this. His costume seems to be of one... Oops, me. Next. Oh, and the note taking begins. Scroll here. No, you're gonna do me like that. That's rude. It's going to be. You recognize Drassel Josric, who is, or at least that's how this person is dressed. Who was the founding member of Clan Josric, in Zalargo and opened the Jurassic Legal Trust, which is one of the major like legal clan companies here in Zalargo that deal with barristers and law. And this individual established a legacy of, you know, lawyers who conducted themselves with sharp wit and a renown for ethics.
Interesting. Okay. Like, yeah, I learned that from some light reading.
Yeah, so you were probably encouraged to do some light reading, all of you, for as part of your etiquette training
Yeah.
back in Karnath.
Okay. What was the name of the figure again?
He's dressed as Jurassel Josric.
Jurassel Josric. Like, well, I would go up to him and says, and I would privately say to him, not out loud, but like, Jurassel Josric, might I retain your services? I may be in the need of a good barrister.
He blinks a couple times. He goes, "Well, you're quite astute. Found out my costume from across the way, did you? Big
Like,
fan of Zalargo legal figures, is that it?"
Because like I came across the name after some reading.
So then who is it that you think I am?
Just like, I would say I would have to hesitate. Yes.
No.
Ryan, could I make a roll or a guess or something?
I will give it to you because you rolled so well in the history check. You are aware that the Josric family has exactly one heir of their name available for the courting season. His name is Tormalin. Tormalin Josric.
Tormalin Josric?
Yeah, that is who you think this guy is.
Well, I would have to hazard a guess and say you would say the good gentleman Joralind Josric. Am I wrong?
He looks impressed. He says, "Yes, you found me out. Well done indeed. Perhaps you should have been a gnome in this life."
Perhaps in another life, perhaps.
Hmm.
Perhaps. Have any get? Do you have any guess for mine, good sir?
He looks at yours. How are you dressed again? As a reminder for us all.
I am dressed with a hobgoblin mask with a crown and in traditional, seemingly traditional Decani armor. It appears to be traditional.
Cool. He sort of looks you over and says, "Well, you're certainly some Five Nations military expert, perhaps. In my studies for the mask, I didn't expect to see, well, to put it bluntly, taller folk. Wasn't what I was potentially planning to marry, unfortunately."
I was like, no. It was like completely understandable. But yeah. Zalago. But why wouldn't the taller people come to Zalago? It's such a fascinating country.
Oh, a fair question. But, well, it is very hard for gnomes to make children with anyone above 5 foot. Or 4 foot, for that matter. Maybe even 3.
Well, I can see the dilemma. Not impossible. It might be hard, but not impossible.
No, it is quite literally impossible. Genetically, gnomes do
never
not
mind.
match.
Okay, no. Oh, never mind. Okay, then.
He just stops. Well, there's no harm in practicing.
But what do you think of the night so far?
Well, I can certainly say what I'm sure everyone is thinking is that, well, the clan Halan knows how to throw quite a party. It's really got everything. History, puzzles, secrets to be revealed, hidden identities. It really is a perfect way to kick off the courting season, I'd say.
Exactly. Like, if this might be rude to ask, but were you looking at someone across the way?
Oh, no, not rude at all. And he kind of looks across the way at where you'll see Lois dancing. I met that lady over there. She's got she's an excellent, interesting feature. I'm find myself a little jealous by her current dancing partner.
He was like, well, who might those two be?
As well. You tried to get me to play the game for you, is that it?
Feels like, well, no. Well, I'm just curious.
Well, who would you think they are? Why don't you share with me your deduction?
Well, I look at what. Well, I look.
He says, tell you what. He pulls out a coin. He says, heads, I have to deduce the lady. Tails, I have to deduce the man. But you have to deduce the opposite of what I flip. How's that?
Very well. Go ahead. Let's play. I love this.
No will be not Lois. Yes will be Lois.
Okay.
That is who he has to deduce.
Okay.
That is the no. So he says, it seems that I must deduce the man and you must deduce the lady.
Oh. Okay, all right. Shall I begin or shall you?
You choose.
Okay. Well, I'll go first then.
There you go.
Well, that's another costume. Remind me, what was the costume I see for this strange gnome lady?
Yeah, Lois, could you remind us what it is you're wearing?
Sure. It's a dress in gold that features a winged lion across the center, built into the dress, and she has a white and gold leonine mask.
Nice.
Okay, golden color. There's some wings in the back. There's some leonin or feline mask. I would have to. If I believe my if I've studied my histories and lore correctly, that should be the Sphinx, I think.
Very astute. Very astute.
But who's under it now? Let's see now. What? Now the many gnomes, so that can't really narrow it down. But what? But who would choose to? But who would choose to wear? Who would choose to wear the Sphinx? Let me think. And I would say, well, as nothing confirmed, this is a bit of speculation on my part. But I've heard up north. I've heard rumblings that there's a new Dragon Mark house being set up north, and they've chosen the Sphinx as their seal. I can't. And if the rumor mill is correct, there's only one gnome among that party, so I would have to hazard a guess. I think it's of the one that would have to be what's their name? Luisana, I believe.
May I make a small deduction, sir?
What would that be?
Well, this house we already say they've been featured in the paper quite a bit. They consist of individuals of varying races and nations, are they not?
Oh yeah, only from what I've heard, yes. As
I'm
many dragon marks are.
What does a human find themselves doing in a Zolargo gala of courting? He looks at you with a wry smile.
Many people are on the seasons. I've never been to Zolargo, and I might make friends. I might see later down the road who can help me find someone who is a bit of a might match me for the rest of my life.
Maybe a deception check.
Okay. I'm going to use an inspiration. 12.
12. He looks at you and says, fine deception, fool most, but not here in Zolargo, my friend. The only reason why someone as tall as you would be at our gala is because you belong to said company, which means I'm sure you do indeed well know the name of your own house let alone the one you're traveling with, if you really do believe that is the Lois on it in the order. Am I far from the mark?
Feels like you're free. Above table, Ryan. Do I have to say whether they're correct or not?
Make me an insight check.
Okay, hold on. 25.
25. You would guess it's in good taste. If someone has made a deduction correctly, it would be in good taste to reward them by telling you the basis.
Feels like, perhaps, but well, you haven't. It feels like, well, yeah, well, feels like you've got some pretty. Well, you're close to the mark. I'll say, certainly. You haven't gotten my name yet.
Well, it seems I made 2 deductions in one night, in one try. But thank you very much for the help. Now I know who it is I've got my eye on.
It feels like, but now you have to. But you're still all half the bargain. Remember?
Of course, I have not forgotten. Let me see here. He looks, he goes, well, that individual is dressed as... Yes, I believe that is Tavin Illocal, who was a famed gnomish war strategist who avoided 17 assassination attempts with logic and trickery alone. He was considered handsome, analytical, aloof, and had a disdain for the shallow games of the court, but deeply interested in systems and high-stake negotiations. I'm sure he is wearing this to be reflective of his own. Maybe he identifies with this individuals. I don't believe anyone of the local clan has anybody in the season this year. I'm not sure who it could be, but clearly someone who probably feels themselves akin to this gnomish strategizer. I'm afraid I'm a bit outsmarted in this moment. No one of the Lockhold clan has joined the season this year, so it makes the puzzle a little bit more tricky to figure out. But if I had to throw a dart at the wall, I actually had danced with your Lady Leora just earlier this evening, and I was led to understand that her interest was in, where everyone's interest seems to be, is in Noldrick Tavern. So, if I had to guess, perhaps it is he. But I can't be sure.
Interesting. Do I feel like he's telling me the truth?
Maybe an insight check.
12.
12? Yeah. You think he's lying to you?
Feels like. I think he's lying to you. I see. Interesting. Okay. Well, have a very my friend. I wish you a very good evening.
Well, I wish you a very good evening too. It's good making your acquaintance. Perhaps we might join forces, and you can give me some tips, perhaps, to see what it is your Lady Lois is looking for in a gnome.
We'll see. Ryan, by the way, did he ever guess my costume?
No, that wasn't the game you two were playing.
Oh yeah. You're right. Never mind. You're right. I thought he'd get. Feels like, and before I leave, you can say any guess at my costume.
Oh, he did try and guess.
Oh yeah, you're right. He never. Yeah. Feels like Birdie's off the mark.
Yeah, he just was like some kind of Five Nation strategist. I didn't really study Five Nation history, is what he said.
And before I leave, it says no, I tell him not quite. But I wish him a very good evening.
Very good evening to you. Very good evening to you. Take off. All right, now for the main course, Lois. Let us come to you. So, you are dancing, if I'm not mistaken. Last we left off with someone you believe to either be Noldrick Tabardrin or a close associate.
Close associate.
Yes.
I'm pretty certain my sister is following the right one.
Right. So I'll leave it in your hands. Was there anything else? Did you want to should we say the dance came to an end last session, or is there more you wish to speak to this individual about?
Just polite conversation. If there's something to this guessing game, I'm happy to give it a go, but I am conscious of wanting to make sure, since they were together, they were costumed very similarly to one another, that this is the wingman that by actual target asked to come along. So I'm conscious of the fact that I need to make a good impression so it goes back to the source.
Understood. Well, these challenges, the sort of hidden identity challenge, the masked message dance, these are all, they are ways to impress one another. This is part of like the Solargo court, like showing your cunning and your skill and your all of these things. So we could simply say that you can do one of two things here if you want to impress. One would be, try and send along, have like a coded exchange through dance, which is what everyone out here is doing, and try and like do a pattern of steps or a gesture or something subtle to convey a hidden message through the dance to try and impress this individual, or you can try and guess who they are or what they're wearing.
I I think that I'll go. I'm looking to see why the fuck this number is so big. Hold on for just 1 second. Oh, okay. I now understand why. I have expertise into it. That's why. I'd like to. I'd like to investigate this individual to kind of peel apart the costume and the reason for it, and intimate that I am not going to try to figure out your identity to allow that mystique to remain.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, we'll do two. I'll have a history and an insight check to deduce who he's wearing and why he's wearing it.
Okay. History is a 24.
Yeah, I think that'll do.
And the insight is an 18.
Both successes, very well done, very keen of you. You are aware that this individual is maybe with a little bit more of a dramatic flair in the mask than you would expect, but is dressed as we've found out in the last scene, Tavin Ir Local, which is a feigned Noma strategist who avoids 17 assassination attempts through the power of logic and trickery alone. He was considered handsome, analytical, aloof, but disdainful of shallow gains and deeply interested in systems and high-stake negotiations. This person is a big part of Solargo history. And the insight of that is that you probably think Noldrick, because they're wearing the same thing.
Yeah.
Who's just this person? Noldrick probably, you've heard a little bit about him. He's considered a very skillful, negotiator, very analytical, very logical-based businessman, very accomplished, despite his age. He's young for a gnome, and it's probably just like a reflection of how he thinks of himself, his values, maybe who he aspires to be. And that is sort of your deduction.
And Lois will actually come out and say after I kind of reveal my guess and causal, will will legitimately say, but as to the person behind the persona, I make no guess explicitly.
Okay. He says, "Oh, see." He's a little interested by that. At which point, the dance comes to an end here. And he says, "Well, it was very interesting dancing with you.
And with you, sir.
Well, allow me to take your leave then. Let you enjoy the rest of the dance."
Yes, I'll let you return to your friend, wherever he's gotten off to. Probably
Oh.
down to the game room.
Probably. Good evening. And we'll bow very gentlemanly, and we'll leave. Ludwig, just as a side note, this isn't going to your scene, it's just a side note for you. As you see the dance come to an end and Lois's dance partners sort of begin to leave, you would see your buddy who you've been talking to, because you're like, later, he was like, later, you see him kind of, not with a great deal of haste, very casually, sort of begins to move about the hall with purpose as the dance comes to an end. Maybe an insight check?
Okay. 8.
Cool. He's going to the bathroom, probably. Fair enough. A lot of drinking. We're bringing it back around to you, Lois. Where are you headed next now that the dance has come to an end?
I'm probably gonna get something to drink, and I haven't actually made it to the puzzle room, so I will kind of get something to drink and walk, and we'll walk on down that way to explore the other aspects of the event.
Okay. You get to walk that way. You see that the bards are all transitioning. There's some new bards. You are going to actually be approached before you leave. Let's see here. You are approached by an individual who seems to be dressed very interestingly, far more eccentrically than a lot of people here, which is saying something. This person seems to be dressed like a living riddle. His costume seems to be like this long flowing dinner jacket that is made out of scrollwork instead of fabric. It's just like put together, scrollwork that seems to be mathematical formula, philosophical paradoxes, unfinished love letters, multiple languages. The face is actually painted half in silver and half in gold leaf, wearing no literal mask, but is sort of veiled beneath this. And there is sort of, parts of the outfit where the words sort of like move across the page illusory-like as this gentleman approaches you. And he isn't like getting your way, but there is that sort of polite, like he catches your eye. He managed to catch your eye and approaches you. And he will sort of bow very lowly and say, Good evening.
And good evening to you.
I must admit, I was performing up on the balconies, and I was charmed by your skill on the dance floor. I don't know, something... Excuse me, I'm usually very good at words. I'm a bard, after all, for the most part. You seem to be heading somewhere. I don't want to get in your way. You mind if I escort you wherever it is that's going on? So I'm not...
Absolutely. I was going to wander down to the puzzle room. I haven't made it quite that far through through the magnificent halls here, and she will, offer her arm.
As you take the arm of this individual, there is a bit of it's almost like a bit of stiffness to this individual, and the chest definitely out. Like, he's very proud of himself to have you on his arm. But not in like a way that's like, see here, look what I have, but like seems genuinely charmed by you. And says, the chance is back. I perhaps might steal one from you later if this little walk goes well. How are you finding Kornberg? You might be local, but you might not be.
This is a spectacular event. I'm happy that the various nations have come up with this new tradition. I think that all of the nations involved are going to be well served.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Well, what is your favorite room so far? You said you haven't been to the puzzle room.
I have not been there. I did enjoy the Hall of Echoes, the interweaving of the individuals with the historic stories was novel and quite entertaining.
See, you seem to surprise every gnome you dance with. I couldn't help it.
Well, I was hesitant to say that. I'm so sorry that your mask has hindered your eyesight so well, but I do appreciate the compliment.
No, I'm sure it is a bit of a hollow compliment in a masquerade to say that I think you are the most beautiful woman on that dance floor.
Well, thank you very kindly. It's very, very nice of you.
At this point, you walk into the puzzle room and you're going to see the long library-like hall, the many tables positioned. You'll see Cross and Rowen and Orgrave and the many defenders sitting around one table and a number of gnomes at their own tables. It says, it's astonishing. I haven't been here myself. Well, now that you've seen them all, is the mirrors still your favorite room?
I haven't seen all of the individual puzzles as yet. I do enjoy a good puzzle.
Well, we are in Slargo. I guess they enjoy a good puzzle. May I continue to walk around as you see them?
Oh, absolutely. Let us see if there's not a table available.
Very well. And suddenly he's like a gnome on a mission to find you somewhere to sit. He's being very polite about it, but he's looking all over. He says, oh, like very excitedly, like, oh, there's one over there, and takes you over and pulls the seat out for you, and then runs around to the other side and sits in his seat. And, there will be a number of puzzles in front of you. He says, oh, how interesting. He says, it seems that if we could solve one of these puzzles, whoever solves one first gets to have an unmasked meeting with someone at the ball.
Well, I should see what I can do to make that happen.
You have your eye on me. I won't be offended that if our 2 minutes of conversation hasn't entirely persuaded you to be flattered offhand.
I admit that I am curious, but this is Ilargo. Curiosity abounds.
True enough.
Doubly so at a masquerade.
Doubly so. Well, I'll have to see if I can solve one of these puzzles first, that I might be able to look beyond the mask of, well, someone. And he will, indeed, with great intensity, be trying to figure out this, I'll say in front of him, he's got like this, dragon chest situation that is like a mate in 5 kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon chest. And I'll say for you, what is your puzzle? I'm just going to do a little roll for it. I'm going to say yours is... I'm going to say yours is like a series of complicated riddles. Interesting. I'll tell you what. Go ahead. You may make a investigation check to see if you can solve your riddles, and I will roll for your friend here.
22.
22. You're going to solve it, but if my guy can roll better than me, that means he'll solve his first. Pretty good. I don't know if it's better than a 22, though. Check. No, probably. Let's see here. Oh, Lois. You've got like the first riddle, and he starts to kind of like, starts to move pieces around rather rapidly, and then you kind of get your second riddle, and you can see he's like, and he's got this like, he's looking at you, you're not like an offense, but like fun challenge. He's like he's moving it around. He's looking very quickly, and he's kind of doing like one of these where he's like figuring it out, and you're kind of like coming to the end of your riddle. And he goes, wait, and he starts like moving things around, and you finish your riddle, and you get the answer in your brain, and you see him like about to solve it. I'll just as a fun flavor, I'll say, Lois, you've already figured out his thing, and you've found out the result. You know that he's like a second away from solving it, but you've solved yours first. Do you wish to declare that you have solved your riddle before he can solve his?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You raise your hand, and he solves. He gets his in the last place. He kind of puts up his hand, but kind of gives you one of those, like, well done. But there is disappointment. And one of the gnomes of the house is going to approach. It's going to review your work. And it's going to say, "Congratulations, my lady. You have indeed been the first to solve one of the puzzles in these halls. A fine wit you possess." And the hall erupts into applause. All the many gnomes, perhaps your own friends, or Graves certainly applauds you. And the gentleman is going to say, yes. The first to complete one of the complex puzzles put before all of you here at the Scholar's Mask. So, milady, you may either speak aloud for results here, or if you wish to in private. This is, of course, a place of secrets. There's a bit of like a... It says, you may tell me privately who it is you would wish to have a private meeting with, unmasked, or you may speak aloud.
I will whisper in the judge's ear, and I will describe the man wearing the same costume as the man that I was dancing with, but the less dramatic mask, the one my sister was following.
Got it. The judge would say, very well, and if you wish, if you know somebody who is courting this season and wish to simply say their name out of the guest, this is perfectly acceptable as well.
And I will whisper, Noldric Il Tervin.
Of course. To say another round of applause for the lady. And there is another large round of applause. And says, lady, if you would follow us just this way, we will bring you to your private quarters, and shortly thereafter we'll bring the guest to us. Right this way. They do bring you past and into the fourth room that nobody has been allowed entrance into. You walk into, let's see here. It is actually, I'm probably going to say like it just kind of leads into a hallway, and then it leads out to the back gardens, which are like beautiful. Like there's canals that run around the outside of it. It has like a delicate fountain. There's illusions hanging in the air. Sounds can be heard as you get near towards the fountain. The courtyard is empty, but you do hear the whispers. Those sort of like intriguing whispers that are a delightful touch to the Zalargo fanfare. And you are brought outside. There are attendants out here. The place is already set for a grand event. So there's anybody here who could help you with whatever you need if you're refreshment, for example. And the judge leaves. Shortly thereafter, you do indeed see the man that you had picked out of the crowd to be Noldrick. Your keen gnomish senses have not failed you yet. This individual walks out and says, would the gentleman and the lady please remove their masks, as it is the reward of our puzzle solver. I do believe I have a picture of your prey, shall we call him. Rather handsome gnome, which I shall share here in the Zoom chat. This is the gentleman that you will look upon. Sort of severe but handsome gnomish gentleman. Noldrick will look at you as the judge departs and says, "A pleasure to meet you. Might I have the courtesy of knowing who it is has summoned?"
Loisana de Loyora, at your service.
He will politely sort of give you a bow of the head. It says, "Pleasure. I've heard a great deal of your house. Viceroy, or I believe the correct title is."
That is correct.
And he will sort of, he kind of just walks up to you and like offers you an arm quietly. Kind of looks on as he does. And you guys kind of take a bout around the courtyard. He says, "So, you wish to create an alliance, I imagine, between my clan and your house, yes?"
I do indeed.
This is not something the Tavardru clan is uninterested in. House Leora clearly possesses great powers of persuasion. Greater still to be revealed is what the newspapers say.
And if I may be direct and discreet,
Of course.
if we were able to find our way to an arrangement, arrangements have been proffered with House Civis to cede some of the work of the Speakers Guild to House Leora, which would put our joint operations in a highly advantageous position.
Oh yes, there is no doubt that it is a logical match. A logical match between House Leora and my clan. It is something that we should continue to entertain in the days to come. There's no rush. Admittedly, my house, my clan is been interested in some other prospects, but to be frank, it is hard to beat out the clear potential of House Leora.
And House Leora recognizes that there is a great deal of potential in the union between our houses, between our house as a fledgling dragon mark and a clan with the history and the stature of your clan. But that being aside, while that is the purpose for this meeting in part, I was intrigued. What brings you to the courting season yourself? The opportunities are vast, and it certainly wouldn't take a specific set of events like this. So, what is your inspiration?
Oh, I assure you there's no inspiration to be had in my attendance here. It is but a necessity of the clan that, advantageous alliances are created. It is no small matter of rumor about my plans falling out of trust. We're always on the lookout for advantageous alliances to expand the power of our clan and, of course, the trade alliances we represent. And this is why I'm here for business. And by the assistance of my aunt, I tend to agree that my clan should not have to attend such affairs to make a match. It would be far more direct to skip the dalliances.
Well, a direct and straightforward approach is something that I aspire to as well. There is a certain degree of dalliance which is going to be mandatory as a function of a new dragon marked house, but that's something for once we are further along the path.
Well, indeed, as I had said, greatly advantaged. You have raw persuasive capability in the areas of diplomacy, and, well, my clan has deep ties and connections and wealth, which is missing, it seems, from both of our standards. So, a union would be most favorable. Indeed. We must, as I had said, we must continue to view the possibilities as the days roll on. It is good to
Indeed
be interested in all options, but I don't think wasting anyone's time is good either. So, let us say that we are excited for one another.
And I can legitimately say that I am. I think the advantage to our union is greater than the sum of its parts.
Well said. And may I say I have heard much of your intellect, Lois. They say that you are one of the great minds of our age, but then again, those who said it probably were not from Solargo, where many of us are intelligent.
That is alarmingly true.
Would you consider yourself a genius?
I consider myself bright enough. I am advantaged by my area of study that sometimes the veil of obscurity is removed.
Certainly bright enough to pass the barrister's exam of House Civis in 2 weeks, and also to seemingly hold your own in the courtroom while battling with the negotiators and lawyers. You've made House Civis look quite silly.
You are very, very well informed. And you are not wrong. My education and background have served me well in my current endeavors. And I think that the opportunity afforded by House Leora is only going to see that opportunity expand.
I must ask, as I'm sure you will wish to know as well, where does House Leora stand as far as the values, I suppose? What do they care? What do you all care for? What are you trying to bring to the table?
Well, at the moment, we are trying to find and establish a solid reputation for unbiased service. House Civis has a long history in nonpartisan endeavors. Partisan to House Civis, to be sure, but in dealings with the other nations and sovereignties and merchant houses, they remain above the political fray. House Leora, as an inheritor to that position of diplomacy and oration, is looking to establish that same nonpartisan space, and we're interested in making that very concrete. A very solid bedrock. And we have thoughts about how to make that a successful future.
Interesting. I also, what is exactly the plan for should we enter into marriage? I would presumably, you would either have to enter my claim or I would have to enter into your house. Both mean officially parting ways with our current affiliations. I assume, since you are the viceroy of your house and you are a growing house indeed, that it would be to your interest perhaps if you wanted me to join House Leora. Is that an astute enough observation?
That would be my goal, for a couple of reasons. First, being that House Leora is not large in number; it's not exceptionally robust. So a prominent member excommunicating would be problematic. And I realize as a leading heir for your clan, there may be some similar problems on your end, and that's something that the the marriage brokering community can help us resolve. Frankly, it's nothing that I have a great deal of expertise in, but I'm certain that those people who broker these sorts of things have that expertise. But
Oh,
my goal would be to bring you into the House Leora, um, and bolster our our standing uh, in that way. Um, it will also provide a rather significant resource and reputational boon to House Leora uh, due to the arrangement that we've made with House Civis.
it is all of such a thing as we've considered to a degree. I have no qualm. I have nothing against leaving my plan for your house. It would be a significant boon to the legacy of our bloodline. To add those with the mark of diplomacy to our bloodline, it would not be poor. And I've already someone in mind to take over my own business. So it isn't outside the question. It is something that we have considered. Something that we shall continue to consider. But it is good to be on the same page as to what your expectations are. I would ask, if I were to join you in House Leora, where would we be housed? I expect we would live in Solargo, yes? Marry me for my ties to the merchant elite in my own clan.
That may be a near-term solution. I think we have, and we, I mean House Liara, have a significantly grander plan in mind.
Well, it's not of a great matter. Wherever we decide to locate ourselves, I can always spend my time in Zalargo. We can meet in the middle wherever your house headquarters ends up being established. Something to consider. But we should speak more.
If
Yes?
we were anywhere with the exception of Zalargo, I would be terribly tempted to tell you. But given our location, that would be, well, might I have a moment?
By all means.
At which point I will cast Sending.
Okay.
And I'm sending to the man exactly here on my arm.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Throne hold. That's the only thing being sent.
Okay. Raises his eyebrows and says, ambitious. Right. I will, something worth considering, most certainly. I will say that in order to best make utility out of my connections, it would require me to spend some time in Solargo, perhaps a decent amount.
Absolutely. And it would behoove House Leora to have regular availability here as well, and to bring the efforts of our mark to bear at the behalf of your clan.
This is all very agreeable, very interesting future that we may have in mind for ourselves, Viceroy.
I believe so. When do you think the appropriate time to discuss the general scope of things with your aunt? I think it's aunt.
You are well prepared for this meeting. Well, I must speak with her.
So, absolutely.
And consider the other prospects that I have visited on. I will tell you candor that they find themselves difficult to compare to what we have spoken to. But nonetheless, I shall speak with my aunt myself, and I will perhaps... I just gotta find a name for these things. My information on my own ball I'm throwing. Hang on, sorry. Scroll here. Sorry. What are the calling cards? What did we call those? They're like.
I think that's exactly what we called them.
Oh, okay.
They were
calling,
like
calling tokens.
Calling tokens. That's right. So that's what he'll say. He'll say, "Let me report back to my aunt and my clan, and if all goes over well there, then I will be happy to grant you my token at the next affair. And perhaps we might have more thorough negotiations with the matriarch in the coming day."
At your discretion. It has been a pleasure to make your acquaintance and have a lovely walk and a much more intriguing discussion.
Couldn't agree more. And he will take you to the door and give you a sort of mask back on. Gives you a sort of gentlemanly bow, and will begin to part your way. But I want to ship over to Crossroad and Movie because you guys are going to notice something's going on while Lois is out of attendance. The first thing is you three would have definitely seen Lois leave, and a certain individual is brought out. Whoever that is. But there is something that you guys are going to note. After a couple of minutes of Lois having departed to this private meeting she's won, you are going to see an individual walk in who is wearing a very similar costume, but he has a very odd mask. And you're going to, who would say that they're looking around and like keeping an eye on the vibes, shall we call them? Okay, great. What's your passive insights, you two?
I'll join in on that.
13.
17.
Okay, 13, 17.
16.
16. Yeah, you'll all notice. This individual is wearing a mask that is, which you are going to recognize right away, Ludwig, is the colors of Karnas and is shaped like Eberron itself. And there is like a little like flag sort of in it. And I'm going to immediately give it to you, Ludwig, just because you have the Karnathi background. This mask is meant to represent Karn the Conqueror. Which above table, I think Ludwig, you did see Lois interact with the two gentlemen. One of them walked away last session, and then the other one went to dance with Lois.
I believe so. Yeah, I think we were in the same. Yeah.
This is not the mask he was wearing earlier. This is a different mask. And as he walks into the room, some eyes turn in his direction. There's some like talking to one another, like, what is going on? If anyone wants to make a history or insight check to see what's going on, as the room enters, go ahead. As the room enters into very quiet sort of judgment and maybe even like snickerings.
16.
19.
16, 19.
You said history?
Mm-hmm.
18.
18. You would all recognize that this is the Mask of Karn the Conqueror, which is the warlord, the king of Eberron, who conquered Solarga, and would be considered sort of a not an individual of great taste to dress up as here. This would be someone who conquered their nation. So a little what's the word?
Passive aggressive?
Passive aggressive of scandalous. And some people are like a little judgmental. Some people are like, and there seems to be some. He seems to look a little silly right now in his mask, and he's kind of looking around and noticing, and is like, he doesn't really seem to understand what's going on. That's what you three gather at the scene.
Am I right next to them? It's a Rowen and Cross.
Would you be? You were in the dance floor originally. Would you have come to a fine party in this time?
To the what party?
You were in the dance room last we signed, right?
Yeah, I was in the last room with Lois. If most of the party had went into this way, I think I would have gone that way too.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Whatever you want to do. I was just curious. But yeah, if you would have found your way over, we'll say that like as you're making your way across the room to the party, you witness this going on, and maybe the three of you kind of have like an eye contact moment where you all kind of realize you all know what's going on or what is kind of happening in the room.
You said that the guy wearing the mask doesn't seem to realize, like, appears just as confused.
Seems to be.
I'm gonna use the earring to contact Rowen. Rowen, you see it? Rowen Cross, do you see this? Do you see the Khan the Conqueror mask?
I do.
Like, what? Like,
here's my question.
Yeah.
Is the mask real? Like, in the sense that isn't an illusion?
Make me an investigation check to suss out its illusory nature.
That is a dirty 20.
It is absolutely an illusion. You do kind of catch just at like the edges, the hard edges, that there's a little bit of fuzz that tells you it is illusion.
It feels. Why would anyone wear that? Like the message so you guys say.
He doesn't know that he's wearing it.
Should I go over and tell him?
Tell him there's an illusion on his mask.
I'll go over. Make my way over.
You make your way over. Everyone's kind of.
Is someone near me within sight?
Yeah. I assume that Soren and your other guy is close at hand.
I'm sorry, but do the earrings go to people not wearing the earrings?
No.
Okay, I just look at Soren and he sees me and I'm just like making sure he's in the same room. So maybe I go over and tap the fellow on the shoulder.
All right, you kind of find yourself entering the spotlight a little bit. Whether everyone's trying to play it off, but there's a very clear, apparent attention in his direction, and you kind of walk right up to him, and he looks at you and goes, "Can I help you?"
And I whisper to him, I have good information that your mask there's an illusion on your mask. It shows that of Khan the Conqueror from Karnath.
Oh, and he like reaches for his face, and he takes off his mask and flips it around to like look at it, and it is a normal mask, but the Khan the Conqueror mask remains on his face, and he's like,
I tell him it's still on your face.
and he kind of walks out, kind of like this, and the gaming room kind of a little bit like this ever so slight scandalous slapstick show just kind of unfolded in front of them, and there's some embarrassment is driven in his direction, and he quickly sort of huddles out of the room with his head down, and people in the room kind of laugh.
I'm gonna message earring message the others, like, keep an eye on Lois on Usan. I'm gonna investigate this. Speak my interest.
Okay. You go after him, and he runs into like a privy, essentially.
Like I just if is it like a stall?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Like I knock on the door. Like,
you're knocking on his stall.
I mean, it feels like. It feels like. Are we alone in the room or like?
So yeah, you go into the bathroom. You're alone in the bathroom with him as he closes the stall behind him. You go and knock on his bathroom stall.
It feels like if the stalls are like you can open air, like there's nothing blocking it. I'm just gonna say, are you all right there, friend?
Go away! He just kind of says that. Like, be gone! Just leave me alone.
Just offering my help.
Could you just dispel illusions? Whoever you are, and you see him kind of crack the door and look through the mask. Just kind of cracks the door.
I may know a person or two. You may know a person or two who might be able to help.
Oh, hurry up by the triumvirate! Hurry up!
All right. I'll be right. I'll see if I can't help.
Close the door. This embarrassment, shame. Meanwhile,
okay.
As you begin to head back to try and find someone who can dispel, Rowen and Cross, as the room is kind of like, sort of in this like, it's a polite laugh, like a courtly laugh, as this is certainly going to be the talk of the night, this embarrassing moment. As they kind of look over one another, you see Lois re-enters the room, masked with the other individual who's dressed nearly the same, masked. He gives a very polite bow. He kind of looks around, not understanding the context, but reading the room regardless, and maybe like looking for someone, like kind of walks through the room, oh, you know what? That gentleman that was talking with Lois, who's wearing the long, sort of like scribery jacket. He kind of doesn't appear from the crowd, but like from one of the tables he's sitting at, he kind of like kindly like puts his hand on Tavardran's arm and says, "If you're looking for the fellow who was dressed nearly the same as you, I believe he ran off to the bathroom." And then the people around him kind of reignite their laughter, and Tavardran looks around, kind of pulls his arm away from this person who's touched him, and just kind of hurries away to try and get on top of whatever is going on here. Makes his way out of the hall, but definitely some attention has been directed at these two. There's been a bit of an embarrassment in their direction. But yeah, Lois, you witness all this as well, and the party may all come together if they wish.
If we are coming together, I ask, anyone have to spell magic?
Need a cross?
I can detect spells, but dispelling them, no.
Is Lois with us, or?
Who?
Oh, was Lois in the room with us, or no?
If she wishes to.
No. Okay. Might. Not sure what that's all about.
Oh, it's the Largo.
Someone was playing a
It was
nasty
about
prank.
it
Someone
was-
wants to embarrass someone.
Well,
Exactly.
I'm going to head on back and try to help a potential friend out.
Do you have a plan
I
for
mean,
that?
maybe help him get out without being seen more.
That doesn't really answer my question.
Just trying to lend my aid to somebody.
Oh,
Orgrave will say, very honorable. Very
it's,
honorable.
it's well-meaning, but if you don't actually have a plan, then you're just getting involved.
It's like, well, first time it's a Largo, I need to make friends in Largo. Being good somebody in need would be a good chance to make a friend.
That's true, but if you try to help and aren't actually helpful, then you remember for being useless, not a friend.
Orgrave will say, and with great respect to your honorable intentions and politics, you're going to make a friend, perhaps not the person who's just embarrassed themselves in front of everybody.
Oh, fair enough, Prince Orgrave. Sorry. My good friend.
Apologies.
And if it is an illusion, it'll go away.
So I'm curious. Who was he dressed? He was dressed similar to somebody, right?
What was that?
Above table. He was dressed similar to like the guy Lois was courting, right?
Yeah, they were dressed pretty much. They were dressed as the same character with just slightly different masks.
Huh.
Did I see the exchange between the gold and silver masked guy and
Yes.
Okie dokie. And now what to say? I gotta look and see how this is put together. Bear with me here 1 second.
Okay. Well, fuck. Oh no, this is gonna hurt. I can tell.
What was that, Ryan?
I said this is gonna hurt. I can tell.
What are you cooking up, Eric?
So, I will say, one of the judges, probably one of the people of the clan, is going to come forth and say, the final event of the evening will take place in 20 minutes, at which time, please feel free to come to our mystery door and join us in the courtyard for the final event of the eve.
All right. Want to keep going?
I'm curious.
Okay. I know exactly what I'm gonna do.
All right, Lois, bring it on.
I am going to step out to somewhere private.
Okay.
I am going to take a gold piece out. And I am going to cast Magic Mouth on the gold piece. And I am going to make a horrifically loud, flatulent sound.
Okay. Incredible.
And I can set what the trigger is, and
Okay.
the trigger is I'm going to pick I'm going to pick like the word it.
Okay, it. All right, word it.
And I am going to once it is cast, takes a minute to cast.
Sure.
But the sound can be delivered over the course of 10 minutes. So
No.
it will just, and I am going to make my way back to that individual, but only after I'm going to think about Holden, and I'm going to cast Borrowed Knowledge for Sleight of Hand.
Okay. I will say, as you are approaching, the gentleman is very pleased to see you and will stand. And he will sort of bow and say, "Congratulations on your victory. I hope it was everything that you were hoping for."
It answered a question, but sadly has left me feeling less satisfied than I would have hoped.
It would be polite of me to say that I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, would you care to escort me to the Hall of Echoes?
Yes, I would, of course, I would love to.
And
He'll
that will
take
put
her
me in proximity to do a reverse dip and drop the coin onto him. Once we get into the House of Echoes, my goal is, can you excuse me for a moment? I need to visit the ladies' room. I shan't be but a moment.
All right, roll me a sleight of hand.
17, and it would give me proficiency for a dirty 20.
A dirty 20 will easily outpace most people's passive perception, certainly this spell. And he said, this is so fucked up because I know the keyword as the DM, and I'm trying, but I can't. I don't. So here's what I'm gonna say.
You're cursed with meta knowledge, Ryan.
I am cursed with meta knowledge because it's a very common word. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna let you guys set the terms because I've been actively avoiding saying it, but I shouldn't. And I'm in this weird place right now. I can't deal with it. So I'll let you guys set the odds. So, what would you say are fair odds of him saying the word in question?
I mean,
75%.
Higher, I would say, like
80%, 80, 85.
one of the most common greetings I can use. It's a pleasure to meet you. Immediate fart.
Okay.
What time is it?
So, okay. So, do we want to say it's like a?
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah. So, do we want me to like? I can roll a d4. We'll say on a roll of a 1, he doesn't say it, but a 75% chance that he does say it at some point in the conversation.
I mean, it's also that if he talks to anyone, there's more people involved.
Yeah, the other people.
It's a beautiful evening. Like, there's so many things.
No.
Yeah.
So
other people are going to talk.
I'm gonna take it back because my brain was like, will he say it before Lois drops the coin? But we've already done the coin drop, so it doesn't matter at this point. Yeah. And he'll just say, oh, I shan't be a moment. And he says, I'm right here. And I'll roll to see if he does it right in front of me or not. He says, he says, oh, well, it will be my honor to... This long, fluttering fart sound happens, and he has to look up like, what the fuck? And starts hopping around himself trying to find the coin. I'm gonna give him a little investigation check so he can get rid of it. He does not roll terribly well. Certainly everyone begins to notice before he finds it. They're like, they're like laughing in his direction, and he's like doing some of this action, and he pulls out a coin, like throws it across the way, and goes as it flies through the air, and like jingles down the hallways. Everyone has this moment they're looking at him, and he just kind of. Well, one thing he's got going for him is that he's an excellent performer, and he just kind of bursts out laughing himself, and kind of like bows to the people in the hallway, and they laugh exuberantly at him, and they applaud. And he turns back to you, Lois, as you're leaving. He's like, I think I need to run somewhere to hide my shame for at least 5 minutes, and then I will not leave you waiting. Boy, I will be back. I'm going to take the air. Apparently I need to. And he'll wander over to a nearby balcony and kind of do one of those on the rail. And you can go to the bathroom. Yeah, and I'll say like they come out and they're all like, would everyone please begin to report through the mystery door and into our outdoor courtyard for the final event. All of you begin to sort of file out. You will see coming in, actually probably one of the last people to the final event is going to be Noldrick, but actually Noldrick, not his impersonator, or whoever that was. He doesn't ever show up. You are not left waiting, Lois. He does return boldly, despite his display. He says, "My reputation may be perhaps ruined for the evening. Would you take pity on a ruined gnome and allow me to show you to at least the courtyard for obscuring myself so as not to embarrass you?"
I would be delighted.
He will take your arm once again, chest out, a little proud that he got to have you on his arm. And he will show you through the main way, but before you get out, you get to the sort of like the doorway that begins to lead to the courtyard. And he will say, "It has been an honor escorting you this evening, but I'm certain that you will no longer wish to be seen too public with me, so I will kiss your knuckle if you allow to the festivities."
And as he turns to go, since I've had prestidigitation running,
Sure.
I'm just going to switch off my deserty scent to leave him with a scent as he leaves.
Great. It's so mean. He leaves, and there's a bit of people like, he kind of, you know what? I gotta roll an insight at this point. He's like, oh, and then stops, just turns around and looks back at you, Lois. And he just like smiles big at you knowingly. And is going to like kind of almost like dramatically like step into the crowd and out of your sight line with a bit of showmanship. Doesn't seem to take it too hard. Fantastic. At this point, we have come to the final wonderful event of this gala, where the patriarch of the family is going to sort of step out and say, "Hello," this sort of older gnomish individual takes off his mask and he says, "I am Lord Halan. I hope you have enjoyed my hall, my food, my wine, and my many mysteries and tricks this evening. But such is our way. We are great masters of unraveling mysteries, and so brings us to the final event of the week. I would ask those of you who are here, if you wish, it is entirely, of course, your choice. Remove your mask before the entire room, and all may know who it is they have struggled to see this evening. Let all be revealed, and let all mysteries be known to the people of Zalargo, such as Armada. And there's a polite applause to the sentiment, as Zalargo may be a place of mystery and trickery and intrigue, but all in the interest of unraveling the mysteries and intrigue. And so, the Lord of the Manor will unravel all mysteries before tonight. And one by one, he starts inviting individuals to reveal themselves from their mask. Let's see. It would be considered a bold and vulnerable move to do this. I'm just like above. Actually, just for Lois. And the rest of you, I don't. You know, you're all got etiquette training. I'm gonna give it to all of you. You would all know that like this is optional, and everyone's gonna be called on to either remove or not remove their mask. To remove their mask is to reveal any mishaps they had tonight and associate with themselves. It would be considered a very bold and vulnerable move. And it can have political and romantic fallout in a good way or a bad way, depending on how you've done tonight. So it would be considered bold and vulnerable, but potentially detrimental. So goes about the room, revealing certain people. Lois, people that you have you've known probably mostly through reputation, perhaps a couple people you have certainly met. There is the one person with the gavel mask is revealed. He does so quite boldly and reveals himself as Ludwig. You found out Tormelin Josric, who is an heir of the House of Josric that runs the Josric Legal Trust, a noble family with vast influence over Zalargo's mercantile courts, and does a lot of work with Citizen Gondaric. Yeah, and there's an applause to his boldness. There are other people, and I'll just go read some of them because maybe these are prospects you might be interested in. Who knows? There is a. I'm going to just roll for each person to see if they're going to take off their mask. That person does not. This person does. One Lord Vornik Helru takes off his mask. He comes from a mercantile class, a wealthy mercantile class called Peru Shipping, which is ancient Zalargo sea traders that have interests in the Lazar Principalities, which is very far and of great interest to Zalargo. Sea travel is very important to Zalargo. One Pendrin Melisar takes off his mask. His comes from very old money of financiers. Melisar Banking has holdings across Kornberg and Trollenport, so very prominent old money banking family. A number of ladies take off their masks. I don't know if you're as interested in them because I don't know. Is Lois into that?
No,
Not in particular.
is the sister into that?
There's a couple
My
of
sister's
other.
married.
Oh,
Yeah, his sister's married. There's a couple of other people who take off their masks, people that I don't think you'd be interested in, but they do anyway. I'll tell you anyway. There's a Wexrin Dalcon, who is considered to be a very boisterous, sort of gambling-loving, kind of considered to be a bit brutish. She sort of like treats women like property or something to be won, really a womanizer. There's he won't. He does a Trassic Peldron, who actually comes from an arms dealing family. He's completely legitimate, if you know what I mean. But people have a bad taste in their mouth. And lastly, I'll say that there's a Dormic Hallrunes, who comes from the Hallrunes Brewers, which are the family is considered to be a bit dim-witted. They're considered to be kind of fools. They're very good at making their drink, but they rely on their alcohol trade to gain political influence, which works about half the time. Now, what's interesting is at a certain point, Noldric Tavrodrin is called on if he might remove his mask, though people don't necessarily know who he is. And he does not. He shakes his head and waves his hand as the stage. He goes, very well, sir. We'll remain anonymous. He moves on. And the person who has seen their fair share of embarrassment tonight through your coins, the individual in the long draping sort of written word cloak is sort of gestured to. Says, what of you, sir? And a couple of people kind of like wave their fans, like, oh, we've smelled him. Some people might say quietly to one another, kind of say, he'll never. And he will remove his mask despite this, and does a little bow. He takes off his mask, and he will be revealed as... I'll tell you who he is. Let's see here. Let's information here. Sorry. Excellent. Here we go. This is Violin of Clan Josser. Or, no, excuse me. This is Violin of Clan Marza. You can make a history check for Lois, see what you know of this individual.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Or an insight. You could ask the person next to you if you were.
I'll go with history and suck it up at a 12 because
Okay.
I rolled a 4.
No, that'll do. Everyone here is pretty, prominent. This individual, let's see here, comes from a noble clan that they do have some ties to banking, some minor ties to banking, to Kandaric. But they are largely known for two other things. One is that they are political advisors to the Triumvirate and entertainers. They are considered to be some of the best, produce some of the best bards in the land. A very long tradition of bardic skill. That's what I'll give you for 12. There might be... I think I'll say you remember hearing some rumors about these guys, about something else that they're into. I just can't remember. I just can't quite remember what the gossip was. But he kind of makes a bow to folks, and there's a applause for his boldness and whatever. But you don't think it did anything to help him considering your pranks. But he boldly does it regardless. Maybe catches wind of you, Lois, gives you a wink across the crowd. And eventually there's a hand gesture to you as well, Lois, from the Lord of the House, who says, and for you, milady, will you reveal your mask? And there's a, that's nice. There's an applause. It says, and perhaps, as we have all, I'm sure, come to realize, the only taller members of our group, would they be willing to reveal who they are this evening?
Yeah, absolutely.
You will reveal your masks.
Frost doesn't actually remove his, but admittedly, it's kind of a moot because he's the only Warforged, so just kind of, it would rather just commit to the mystery of being the Overlord of Secrets and just not.
He's going to commit to the bit. I respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. There's applaud as you guys just remove your masks and do not cross, but I'm just gonna roll a little luck check here. Yeah, the party takes it for how you probably wanted it to, where it's like, hey, they're the only Warforged at this party all dressed up, we know who that is. Yeah. Anyone who did any sort of prep knows who that is. An Orgrave kind of you hear the long sigh from under his helmet. Well, let's rip off the band-aid. And the helmet comes off, and there's a wide applause. That's what it is. I made it this far. He kind of nudges you across and goes, I guess I made the right choice hiding behind my bodyguard.
Well, It won't be as easy from now on.
It's not to happen eventually. It's time to be a professional, you know? He kind of does he sort of like makes a broad gesture to the stage where the Lord of the House is and makes a very polite bow in his direction. Very much like the actor sort of like motioning to the lighting crew, basically. Very similar. Respects the Lord of the House. And the Lord of the House bows back to this technical sovereign. And the applause sort of persists. At this time, sort of like the night will begin to end. People will begin to find their way back to their carriages. I think the Violin kind of, he keeps his distance from you at this point, but when you do catch his eye, he kind of like looks at you, goes. It gives you like a fun like, oh no, I know what I'm in for to get close to you at this point. Maybe at a certain point, like kind of across the whatever, he'll say, maybe at the next one, and give you a little like a bow of like, you win, well done, well played. The Tavardrin, still masked, makes a hasty retreat, an elegant but hasty retreat. And everybody slowly begins to follow, including your party who find their way back onto gondolas. I'm sure there's a couple handshakings, so people come up to you, Lois. And, everybody's compliments everybody. You guys are all like, oh, how's the aura? Like, welcome to Zolago, to Corenberg, how are you spying? A lot of pleasantries. I'll say Lois, sort of shady, dark-haired gnome comes up to you. This is Trassic Peldrin, the arm-dealing family, and he probably says to you, because, you've been quite the hot topic here at the gala. It's an honor to meet you, and I'd love to give you my token. He presents his token to you.
Well, I will happily accept. I didn't get a chance to meet you during the event. Perhaps this will provide a future opportunity.
He gives you a nod and sorry. I says, I do agree. And he will meander away. You know what, for a fun fact, at this late hour, I'm going to just do a little roll to see how many of these tokens you just get when you're trying to
They're throwing them at her.
Yeah. Yes. I'm just gonna simply say you get your hands filled with tokens, Lois. By the end of the night, there's about 6 tokens in there. Unfortunately, not including Noldrix, as he intends to report back first, because everybody only gets 1 for the entire week. So, but you get about 6 of them. Not necessarily for people that you're super enthusiastic for. Yeah, the one. The guy from the brewing company comes up to you. As one of them, this Dominic Hurlins goes, well, maybe me and you can get together and have a couple drinks and have a good time. This is my token. I know there's no one better at this ball to have it than you, Lady Leora.
I would be happy to have a couple of drinks at some point.
Ah, excellent. A lady after my own heart. My mama will love you. And goodbye. And yeah, so you have like oh yeah, no, you know what? So you have 6 in your hand. Ooh. You have 6 in your hand, and you have 1 mysteriously placed in your pocket. That simply wrote, by the power of like the prestidigitation mark that you do, it is wrote in sort of like a nasty sort of greenish yellow lettering color that says "Well played," and yeah, you'll have that in your pocket as well. On a nat 20 sleight of hand from the good nobleman. And with that, you'll all end up back at your villa. The night is over. You've enjoyed and attended your first event, and we will go to a break.
Huzzah.
So, good job.
Lois, take inspiration, man. Very well played.
That
Well
was
played.
amazing, Lois.
Great job.
Well
Knock
done.
it out.
Well
Knock it
done.
out of the park, Eric.
She doesn't exactly have the best set of skills for that, but she's got a bunch of utility.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
I feel like if the worst ever happened to Ludwig, I'm bringing in a rogue as my next character. That's like be able to sneak things into people and do pranks like that. It's too much fun not to say no to.
That's one of the reasons that I absolutely love diviners in
Yeah.
particular. It's the borrow knowledge spell. You know, for the duration of an hour, you can give yourself proficiency in any skill.
I have that.
Any skill. And
That sounds amazing.
it's I really need to have that.
Exactly. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah.
All right. It is the next morning. Long rest is had by all. Very quickly, things begin to fall in. I will save on your. I'll get to you in just a second. Cross very quickly, like you guys all begin to follow a step in something. Some things. Lois, you're going to have quite a few calls on your plate today. You don't need to go through all of them, but And Cross Prince Orgrave is a busy man. His team of people aren't there for show; they're there to keep him appraised of the situation in Syria. And he's when he's not at a gala, he's being the Prince of Syria. Rowen, yes, your question.
I had asked Lois to send a message before she went to bed that night. So I was just making sure that it got sent. If she had the capacity to send it, to please send it.
Yep. I still have a sending that's available.
Would you like to send?
I don't remember who and what.
All right, give me a second. I will type it. I'm sorry. I did it last week and then I didn't keep it. Momentito, por favor.
Mm-hmm. So Lois, you're called on by probably all 8 or 6. Well, I guess 7, huh? You get called on by all kinds of people. I gave you some names. It's okay if you didn't write them down or anything, but was there any that were interesting to you, or are you just very focused on Noldrick and you kind of just
I'm very focused there, but to provide him cover, I'm going to entertain as many of them as I can entertain, because it pulls the attention away from them.
Got it. Absolutely. Yeah, you entertain a whole bunch of them. Each call is half an hour, maybe an hour, so it's probably a long day for you, in fact. Well, entertaining. Oh, go ahead. Or did you have anything you wanted to say?
For the brewers, after we have our drink and have a little chit chat, I want to very politely, with all due consideration, let him know that I don't think that we would be a good match. But I appreciate his interest.
With a certain courage, a certain reserve. Yeah, he takes the bitter defeat well. Yeah. You're good. You tell him that. But you are visited by many of the others. Do we want to do this letter?
Or
the sending?
While we're figuring that out, I tell Lois about the lawyer guy last night who, from the lawyer Barrister family that is interested in her, seemed to be interested in her. And I hand out one of my potions of healing to everybody they bought last session.
Nice.
If God forbid something bad happens, it should help. So everyone gets a potion of healing.
Thank you, Ludwig.
Happy.
Who's this going to? Rowen? Oh, sorry, you're counting. Sorry. It's 24 words, if my count is correct. So you should be there.
I had to make an adjustment, and it should be clear who it's going to, but yeah, to send that to Haruk.
Oh, shit.
Oh. Nice.
And this is yeah, okay.
That's why I needed to know what my rank was, y'all.
See if you can pull rake on him.
Because
very interesting.
I guarantee you, when the time comes, she's probably the best to treat with him about Thronehold. And he did sign, so we need him.
He is a signatory. Oh, man. Small. I haven't got to meet Haruk yet. I'm very excited to meet her.
Ooh, I can't. Ludwig can't wait.
I'm very excited too, actually. It's gonna complicate things. She's got a huge crush on him. She shouldn't. It's inappropriate. It's a huge savior complex. It's a huge and he did,
You're
right?
the beast shit, dude. It's all good.
Yeah, actually, very much. Except he's really fucking smart too.
Yeah.
He seems nice. He was nice to me.
When did you meet him?
I mean, no, I mean, like, as Rowen, I was saying that.
Yeah, I was like, what? What did you, what?
I was saying that as Rowen.
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah, I got you. You gotta give me a minute on that one. I'm sorry. This requires some thoughts. I gotta get into his brain before I can possibly send you a response.
Ryan, it's okay. It's just I've had that for like a couple of sessions, and I just wanted to make sure that this would have got sent the night before we went to sleep.
Yeah.
And we're waking up this day.
Absolutely.
So it doesn't count against your spells.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, you all wake up. You're all at this wonderful, beautiful place. I'll see. We'll see you guys all meet for like a sort of like a breakfast meeting or whatever before the suitors start like filing in for Lois. If you guys had a mind to chat about the evening, I don't know, or didn't. That's okay. Whatever you guys want to do. What would some of you like to do today? I'll get to some of your suitors, Lois, eventually. But yeah, I just want to give everyone a chance to do what they would like.
Yeah. I give an update about what I saw. Like, yeah, apparently they have wine that lets you know the emotional state of somebody, so that's interesting. And yeah, there was one gentleman there who was very interested in Lois, and I deduced his identity.
I played with the puzzle. It was really a lovely evening.
You just sat in the corner and played a puzzle.
Yeah, no,
I'm kidding.
Cross and I chatted. The prince. It was just a very lovely, low key evening. I thought it was great.
I look forward to the day that y'all are sitting in the fire, and I'm not.
Yeah, but most of the days are going to be like that, Lois. Most of them. It's the rest of the goddamn thing, Lois.
Yes, I'm aware.
So, it's your time to shine.
I did have a very frank conversation with Nordric. And he's taking the under normal circumstances, I would use the word proposal, but that's premature. The potential proposal to his aunt for betting.
You're in talks. I like it.
Well, he's not here for pomp and circumstance. It is business and leverage, and I can understand that, and I can abide by that because that's why I'm here. But we discuss advantages and some future plans, which is why I got involved in the one-upsmanship for his wingman.
Yeah, I can't say
Because
that
that was spillover onto him because they were dressed similarly, and the wingman was a much easier target. But it was handled with aplomb, which is fantastic. The gnomes generally are more.
Your courting rituals are brutal. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Like socially,
Yeah.
awful. And that is not to say that what we have to do isn't a different flavor of awful, but it's a flavor of awful that like we're kind of familiar with. That was a whole different flavor of awful. Holy shit. So like culturally, do I congratulate you? For like gamesmanship? Do we even acknowledge that? 'Cause I don't feel good laughing at him. Like that feels really shitty to me.
It's a mixed bag deal in Solargo, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, part of it is, how the recipient takes it. If they take it with aplomb, then that's fine. And if the reprisal is clever, and it's not just an overly dramatic escalation, then there is polite social applause. It's like, winning a duel. It's that sort of thing for us gnomes. I mean, we don't fight duels of honor. Well, occasionally, but not with any degree of regularity. Unlike, slights of honor that you would see in Karnath, for example, where people are going to be kind of violently obstreperous. Gnomes are obstreperous, but we tend to be more.
Oh, violence was done. Violence was done. Blood may not have been shed, but violence was done. It is disingenuous to say otherwise, Lois.
It's kind of tradition.
A farting coin is quite foul, I will say.
That was genius, by the way.
It was, but it was also foul.
But like I have a hard time being like, yay, Lois, because this little guy, he's like, look at him. Poor dude.
And you do realize he was the one responsible for the Mask of the Conqueror, right? You did stitch that all together, right?
So He was the one responsible for that.
Oh, you guys
Yeah.
want to see? A picture of Rowen or Viola? Excuse me.
Yeah.
Viola and who's
There
that
he
again? I'm
is.
sorry.
Well, then you
He's
know what?
the art boy.
Well
Oh,
done.
Absolutely.
Like, and again,
picture
I'm not like
needs
wagging
that.
my finger at you. Like,
Oh,
cool. It was just like, oh, poor dude. But maybe not. Maybe well deserved.
now can I prove it? No. But my gut check onto it is he's the guy.
What do you say
The
that?
guy.
I wasn't paying attention. I was doing a puzzle. It was great.
What gave me that intention is when Nolan and I came back from the garden. He was the one who reached over and said, "Your man," because they were dressed alike, had to excuse himself and dash away. That's the link in the chain, because everybody got a second titter at Nolan's expense when he had to go remonstrate with his similarly dressed friend.
And that was his second, you believe?
Yes.
Okay then. All right.
I met them both. I met them both in the House of Echoes where all the mirrors were, and they were dressed identically with the same with different degrees of drama with the masks. His wingman, for lack of something better, was the more flamboyant individual. He was the one who, after I made some introductions, there was some back and forth, asked me to dance. I sent my sister after Nolan so I could keep track of where he was. But that whole exchange was witnessed. The Violan came up to me after my dance there, and was exceptionally complimentary, more than was reasonably a trot. But that's fine.
Oh, it's been tricky when you have magic up your sleeve, but yes, that's well done last night, Lois.
Thank you.
Picture is in the chat of your this Violan individual, if it hasn't been seen. And I have Harrod's response. There you go. You would send this, Lois. You'd get back. Baron Rowen, what a welcome surprise. Peace is fleeting.
Could you turn the music down?
Sure.
Because I really want to hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Sure. How's that?
Thank you.
He says, where is it? There it is. Mrs. Baron Rowen. What a welcome surprise. Peace is fleeting, but your message brings warm memories. Come to Dargoon. We'll talk diplomacy, council, perhaps more. I expect you. Lois, do you really know?
Oh, absolutely.
Feels like
All right.
friends in high places.
Oh, it's delivered, handwritten on a slip of paper. The overt script is 1 dozen eggs, one pound of ham hock, da 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 da. The illusionary script, which is keyed only to Rowen, is the actual message.
Got it.
I have access to it.
Absolutely.
I might as well use it.
Got him spoken. All right. That whole message just passed along.
Ryan, how far would I know away Dargoon is from Zalaka at the moment?
I don't know. Well, why are you asking? Because you're not involved in this.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, I thought we were around, and I heard that she. I thought we were all in the same room for that.
You were, but it was passed along in a private,
Okay, never mind.
illusory script message, so no one else should be aware.
Okay, never mind.
And she doesn't
And-
say anything either.
And it's because the nature of the reply was clearly an eyes only message. And if I can keep that cover for any of you, that's foundational to our internal operations and our external operations.
And I rolled an 18 deception to
It's-
hide her obvious pleasure.
The obvious
Excitement,
girl
yeah.
squee.
Yeah.
I'm going to just start sending you, Lois, just to make your life a little easier. Just like simple kind of profiles of all the people you meet today.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea of some of the people you meet. It might take a moment to get them all done, but just to spare us, 6 meetings with various gnomes you're not necessarily interested in.
That's fair.
While you're writing things down, can you write down the message he sent?
Sure.
Do you have time? Thank you very much.
Okay. I send them to you in batches, Lois. I'll send them to you privately. Here on the Zoom. Oops, daisies. Keyboard. Let's do it. Oh, there's dots. So there's some. That's how your day's going so far. Not necessarily in this order, by the way.
That's fair.
Because I do have them listed over here from the good ones to the worst ones, and that's not necessarily this one. Sweet. Well, is there anything anyone else wanted to do besides Lois? Because you got some more minutes, some more call-ins as I work on this. I'll get you a message now, Rowen. Is there anything you guys want? I mean, you have a day between. We want no ball tonight. I mean, Kornberg is open to you guys. If you guys want to actually go explore Kornberg, that's entirely an option.
It sounds like a random thing, but I'm gonna find a nice, pretty, visual spot in Kornberg, like of what the city might look, a decent view of what the city might look like, and I'm going to practice drawing.
Okay. Yeah, we'll say you find a vantage. Let me see. Look at the picture over here. I'll say you go and you find a vantage of maybe like the top right picture, which is the Kornberg Library, which is the foremost greatest archive of knowledge in all of like Corvair, maybe Eberron. Maybe one making a little. Are you proficient?
In which tools?
Calligraphy or painters, either or.
Let me double check.
Or do you possess the kits?
I have possessed the kits. I bought the kits. I remember buying the kits. Just double check. Just triple checking. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are you proficient?
chocolate set drawing book. No, but
Oh yeah, we talked about this. Yeah. So just roll a performance check.
okay. Okay, performance. Well, 14 plus 18, but for today, I'm just gonna throw in a commander's presence because that includes performance. 2, a natural 20.
That's the message, Rowen, on Zoom. I think it's over the word count, but I don't care. It's only barely if it is. 22.
20, but unnatural 20, but yeah.
Unnatural 20. You're an amateur artist. What would you say Ludwig's sketching style is? Is he like a realist? Is he abstract? How do you think he sketches? Is he trying to go for realism?
For right now, he's definitely practicing realism.
Okay, you make a very there's no shading or lighting or anything like that. The background is very rudimentary. Some of the finer details are lost because, regardless, you're not proficient. This is your first shot of it. But you do generally get the sizing of the various columns and towers of the building correct. And anyone who looks at this would clearly know the building would be easily be able to recognize this building if they'd seen it before. So you can pat yourself on the back. You're like, this is all right. Maybe I got something.
Yeah, but not bad. And I know of what the building is, one of the great repositories of knowledge in all of Corvair, maybe even Eberron itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice. I write that down.
It would not be hard to know. Yeah, this is probably this is like going to Florence and walking by the Duomo, being like, wow, that looks important.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need to know what it is to know it's important. That kind of thing. Yeah, magnificent, really. Art's important. Very important.
It's a hobby of his.
Yeah. Ross, do you have anything that you would like to do with yourself, my friend?
I mean, I'll keep myself available if Prince Orgev needs me. That's kind of why I'm here.
Yeah, he'll, he probably will want to speak to you. He'll say, and it isn't between, somebody handing him a report or a newspaper with certain articles circled and, whatever, keeping up to date with politics, whatever. But in the midst of it, maybe at his lunch, he's eating or reading something. He goes, Cross, please sit. I wanted to talk to you about your journeys. You've seen much in travels. You have more first-hand experience than anyone who works for me. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the broader politics that you've seen? Or whatever else you think you think I should know.
Would you like? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember how much I've told him about what happened with the Golden Dragon. Actually,
I think you were pretty descript.
I don't think I've told him anything about the dragon part. Let me check my notes.
No, I don't think you told him about that. No. You gave him the initial splurge of information, for sure.
Well, let's see. Let's start with the Golden Dragon, as that has had some developments. You probably heard in the Chronicle that Kara Irvath's corpse turned up.
Yes, that was pretty heavily featured in the newspapers.
She was... I can't remember. Was I told to keep this a secret?
Which part?
The dragon part? The killed by a dragon part?
By the Ondarians, probably. Yeah, probably. Sorry, it's a lot to remember.
Yeah,
probably.
Maybe. I don't give a shit. This is
he's a fuck.
This is a king. Oh, you prince.
It's probably among the need to know.
Yeah. Well, she was killed by what her corpse reports as an unknown dragon. As I say, don't know the color, but a dragon all the same.
The dragon? The irony seems too much.
Seems she was lured out of the way for someone to claim her face and then was abruptly scorched and left somewhere.
That's a shame. I was led to believe that she was something of a hero of the Unburials. But now her name is tarnished.
As for my adventures in Karnath, I'm afraid the details of that, I'm afraid, are to remain between me and my house.
Nods. In understanding. It's this interesting thing where like you know he doesn't hold that against you, and he nods like, of course, of course, of course. But like somehow you can't help but feel bad about it. Like it's almost like when your favorite teacher tells you like you forgot to do something or an assignment or something, your teacher's like, oh, that's okay. And you're like, oh, why did you say it? You know what I mean? Like the disappointment's kind of, you put it on yourself a little bit.
Because I remember, like, the whole Kana thing was, a Fiala mission. I'm like, I can't talk about Fiala. I can't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, I can't talk about Fight Club, that's right. So yeah, there's that like you feel a little almost weirdly guilty for not telling him, but he is completely like, of course, I understand. You have affairs of your own to deal with,
And then my only other Karnathi adventures are in court with the dealings with the 12, which have been, well, I think I said before that the result of that will emerge in the coming days, weeks, months. Things move slowly.
Yes, things move very slowly. I wish you the best of luck. I must admit, I'm hoping to put off, you know, of my difficulties with Parliament at Braywood, yes? I must admit, I've been doing what I can to forestall that until I have my favorite ambassador accessible through guild services.
I'm flattered, and I have been trying to get to Brennan myself, but then gesture around. 'Tis the season.
Yes, it's strangely isolated, but lucky enough we'll be back in Syria in just a couple of days.
There was a couple of assassination attempts.
Oh, I think I heard something about this.
One time, on Dare, almost barely a couple of days after our house was, well, our mark manifested, and once during a trip down to Shan.
Wow. Multiple attacks on you. Well, it's good that Denise has afforded you protection.
Well, truth be told, Lois was killed in the first attempt, and we had to ask House Jarasco to bring her back. And my own initial Denith guard was slain on the second attempt of my life, so my faith in Denith is somewhat damaged.
Well, I'm sorry to hear this. They are a great house, and I owe them a great deal. They've saved me on a couple of occasions. I'm sorry that you've been less fortunate.
Well, they were also part of security for the Golden Dragon event. We know how that ended, so...
Shit.
I found my faith is better placed in, well, those I know better in firsthand. And I kind of just looked at Shell. This one's been keeping me safe dutifully.
Orgrave kind of raises whatever glass he's drinking out of. Maybe he probably has a wine glass for lunch. Gives him a raise. And he'll just, that's all. And he'll kind of just refer back to you because he doesn't talk. He says, well, I'm very glad that you find yourself in such capable company. Where did you run into this friend of yours? Did you tell me? It was
Before, before we met, actually.
That would make sense. I have not seen him in New Syria.
Well, you remember I had to, well, cross through Syria to reach New Syria after I was released.
Yes, I recall.
The mists are dangerous, and, well, in the state I was in, wasn't in the best shape to make such a trip, so Shelley was among those who I journeyed along with. And, well, whoever he fought for must have been very fortunate to have such a skilled soldier.
Now he is, I'm glad that he is, mature. That you have someone capable of you. I would offer with someone. Well, that is why we're doing this season, isn't it? To see if we can't make New Syria a little bit stronger through their genetics. I'll be interested to see who shows up in New Syria to make that proposition towards me. I'm sure it will be very romantic. And with that, the day can kind of go on if you wish, unless there's something else you want to talk about.
Nope.
Okay. And he's accessible to you all day long. Happily hears anything you have to say. Perhaps you, yes, I've got it back. Talks about anything that you would wish to speak about. Yeah. Why don't we come over to an anticipated arrival for you, Lois? Potentially anticipated, see how much you like this set piece. You will find the handsome halfling Violin Marza comes to call. About midway through the day, there's definitely each of you have a villa. If any of you go to check on Lois, there's definitely a line of suitors up in the hallway. Violin enters in, and he makes a little show of a bow towards you, Lois, and he says, I hope it's not presumptuous for me to call on you. I enjoyed your tricks the other night.
It was not meant with overly ill intent. By all means, come in, make yourself at home. Can I get you anything? Something to drink, perhaps?
I'll have what you're having. Tricks are shared. And he's going to hand you a little box. He says, a gift for you from my travels abroad.
That is very, very kind.
Do you open it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'm going to turn it at 90 degrees to me, and then I'm going to open it.
Okay. He laughs. You open it up, and inside it is this very interesting, what looks like a brooch. It looks like it's like a gold flower arrangement that's kind of like sharp, almost artificiery. And it has like little elements of glass attached to it, where it's like a petal with like a wing of glass next to it. And he says, "It is more than it appears, much like yourself. If you turn the center, and if you do so, where would be like the it's called on a flower, the bud, the centerpiece. You find that your finger's going kind of nice, and as you like turn it, the whole thing kind of folds into place, and it becomes like a small magnifying glass, essentially. He kind of is like, kind of waves his hand around. Goes, I thought someone as intellectually stimulated as yourself might like a tool mixed with some grace.
I do indeed appreciate tools.
But well, I hope it helps you find what you're looking for.
I hope so as well.
Do you feel yourself growing closer to the end of your search, if I might ask?
My purpose in the season is very much about building a dynasty, about building a house. And there have been certain necessities placed upon that endeavor that has made my selection for me.
Kind of frowns. This is. If you would forgive my candor, I simply must say, Lois, anyone can see you're a most brilliant mind. For me, most certainly a brilliant mind I haven't had the pleasure to speak to in decades, and while I understand the context of your search, it feels wasted on a man like Nordic, passionless, business shark.
I have never been a woman of courtly emotions. I've always been a woman of curiosity and intellect. And right now, that is entirely subsumed by the need to establish House Leora as a functioning Dragon Mark house. There are hurdles to that. This season and its successful completion is one of those hurdles.
Is logic truly so satisfying?
Solving a puzzle and obtaining the outcome, obtaining the solution, very much is satisfying. It speaks to my intellect, but also my predilection and training. I am a student of I'm a student of knowledge, and I strive to divine solutions that may not be readily apparent to others. It's not something that a lot of people would necessarily share. And I'm content with that.
Well, I'm honored by your candor with me. But I would argue that your logic is flawed. You love a good puzzle. Isn't love and passion the greatest puzzle of all? Is it not an endless thing to solve?
One might argue that it is not solvable. Because it is whimsy. It is changing. It is fun. It is bright. It is the reason that many people do many things. It is the reason that bards of renown have ballads to sing and stories to tell and poems to write. But if one is building a dynasty, building a force to be reckoned with in the future, politically, economically, socially, the whimsy of love and passion needs to be metered against function and outcome.
That is fair.
In my particular instance, I am no more free to wed at choice than any of the sovereign heirs. I am no more free to make a choice without consequence to whom or when or how than Prince Orgav is.
You are a slave to... I don't say that came out very wrong. It's a very terrible way to start anything. But I simply mean to say, I see the cage that you're in.
It is a necessity. And much like the various royals, it is a duty. And the old adage about heavy is the head that wears the crown is true. But with the crown does come opportunity and a degree of whimsy in and of itself that many others are not necessarily availed of. One must take both the good with the bad. And not that this is necessarily bad, but it lacks the flower and the whimsy of love and passion and those things, but sometimes that's fine. And if in the fullness of time arrangements can be had, and they happen in the royal households, or so the rumor mill would have you believe. So perhaps there is yet room, but there are a lot of eyes on the courting season, and an opportunity to build foundations is an opportunity not to be missed.
We gnomes live a very long time. If you ask me, I too believe in building a dynasty. I've been held to a very same expectation by my families as well, to follow in their pursuits, and I think I have done that. I am a bard of some skill. I have seen the world as they have required, and I have brought back great discoveries. And now it falls upon me to build the dynasty in the way that you are as well. But I'm a great believer in wealth, pride, joy, a dynasty of these things. I'm sure a wealth of coin and connection is good, but I think you deserve better than fun.
And I thank you for that thought. But as you said, the cage in which I am currently residing while gilded is very prescriptive.
If I may, I think this is the point where I describe to you why on paper I am a wonderful match. And then I may lead you to your lunch, if that's what you wish. I will make it very simple. My plan is very involved in the bardic craft. We are very involved in banking. We are very involved in diplomatic advisement to the triumvirate. We also, well, I don't know if you've looked at those, but they might perhaps have some influence. We do train certain members of the trust. We do have connections in that world. And, well, that's the best I have. But, with that, I'm sure you have many people more to speak to. Not wish to keep you for too long, so allow me to turn you to your day.
You can feel free. Well, get something to eat, and if they tarry for a while, that will only spread gossip the further, which hurts no one. Unless you have pressing matters elsewhere.
No, there's nowhere else to be in the world.
I enjoy your company, but please understand, with all due candor, I have a very specific mission this courting season. And while you are a lovely courtier, you will not be moving House Civis out of my way.
Civis? See. Thank you for the hints. See what kind of mountains can be moved, if that's what you need.
I have struck a tentative bargain with the Speakers Guild, where House Leora and House Civis have loggerhead. And the proposal that I have managed to earn from them is exceptionally generous if I can do this one thing. Which is why my cage is very nice, but it is very much one with a very narrow prospect.
Well played on their part, I suppose.
We wish to be recognized, and clearing the hurdle to that recognition is of paramount import. And the sole remaining hurdle is that one.
See. He gives you his undivided attention. There is a sort of thoughtfulness, an ever so slight somberness, where he's sort of like that gnomish plotting that is sort of apparent there. But he attends your company until he either suspects or is directly told that the day must go on. At the end of lunch, he would certainly inquire if you would require your space returned to you, but does his best to make every polite gesture and acknowledgement. And he will simply say to you, I am very sorry for the situation, but may I just say that it will be my absolute delight to see you at the start of the symposium tomorrow.
And I will look forward to it as well.
He will bow, kiss the knuckle, if you allow it. And he'll find his way out the door. And the drinking guy will come in. Let's have a drink. Yeah, that's kind of your day. And that goes on for like probably that's like 8 hours. That's your day. Like it's
a long day.
It's a long day. Yeah, you come out of it like I want to put my feet up. Incredible.
And just for your edifice, Ryan.
Sure.
I
caught the message you sent.
Okay. And just for everybody else's sake, just to catch them up, the lawyer household, they get a very polite interest, but no commitment. The arms dealers also get polite interest, but no commitment. The gentleman that I just met with is polite interest, but no commitment. The rest of them are all very polite, thank you, but no.
Lois the Heartbreaker. For anybody who wishes to snoop, I mean, there's not much to be unless you're going out into the city. Like Ludwig, you're out sketching.
Yeah, right now.
Cross, you want to be on hand for Orgrave. I mean, Rowen, do you want to like check in, snoop every now and then? Maybe you post Mr. Shadow to like sit at the door and see how it goes and report back.
Oh no, I absolutely have Gwen.
Gwen, of course.
Who like Gwen is so incredibly femme. Like all of Rowan's femme stuff inside of her is on Gwen's body. She looks amazing. She's like on flowing, beautiful things. So it's like understated, but still accentuating just the right things that allows movement. It's just mwah.
Yeah, hey, Rowan, my tailor high fashion dress-making friend, you've got the perfect model who can literally shift his/her form to suit your needs. The model is able to.
I told you we were gonna have fun together.
Yeah, and she's like, "Oh, you want wider hips? Okay." Like whatever you imagine should fit into the dress, or maybe the dress should fit around. You can kind of work with both. You have a malleable solution.
Yeah, shapeshifters would be amazing models.
Making the dresses is so much easier than making the pants and suits that I have to make for myself because I can't do that shit. Not yet.
But yeah, Gwen comes in and gives you the goss with Lois's thing. So goes, "Oh my god, you're not gonna believe," and like tells you like whatever. It goes like, Quillis from Planet Dorvasol looked rather put off coming out of the room. I don't think he's making the cut. And Mr. Shadows are beating up the goss. Loves this. Fantastic. Was there anything anyone else wanted to do with their day?
There was something that Rowen wanted to do, if it is possible. So, who is like is Ms. Vollen around?
Yeah, no, she's on hand for your needs at any time.
Yes, I would request a private audience with her.
Absolutely. She is very much like your mama of the season, if you understand what I mean. You know, she is on hand, arranging everything, dresses, whatever. She's accessible at all times. You grab her, and she goes, "What can I do for you, Rowen? Is there something wrong? Do you need a dress? What's with this going on? Have you received perhaps a message from someone ahead of schedule?"
And as soon as she says message, Rowen just starts smiling.
She goes, she's trying to find out what it is ahead. She's like, I said, you received a message about, okay, we did, sit, and she'll get, like, hand you, girl talk time, maybe some wine, she'll take some lunch, she'll be like, okay, tell me what's going on.
So she's going to put the piece of paper across, and she's got to keep her hand on it so it can be read.
Right.
But she will.
She reads it. I imagine there's no signature. She goes, "Oh, Dargoon? This, who is it? Who is it?"
Lahesh Haruk.
You see her connect the dots, like she's researched all of you guys. Yeah. She read the paper. Just, Erin, I was not aware that your relationship with Lahesh was so exciting.
I didn't either.
Maybe I'm just misinterpreting the message.
Right? Am I misinterpreting the message?
Is he just a very, you hear stories that he's a very sort of dominating, very charismatic individual.
Okay, but he's not like, it was like never crossed the line, right? Does that seem, I don't.
I mean, you hear about Dargoon, the Hobgoblins, and the Goblins, the barbaric, like very barbaric, but maybe that's not the case.
Keep something in mind. He carved out a nation, bringing 3 others to their knees. He's not a barbarian. He's perhaps the greatest tactician of our time.
A little butterfly.
Yeah, and like that's and that's kind of what she says.
So listen. So okay. Let's talk logistically. So, it's possible. You would have to, of course, leave House Leora, but between you, Rowen, with the court edicts proceeding a little bit, and leeways, with the Lyrandar and their headquarters and so on, plenty of heirs are leaving their houses to marry into noble. You know the Ondarian royal family, don't you? The prince consort was formerly of House Vidalis, and maintains very strict ties to the house. It's entirely possible you could, associate and
right now, I don't know what he wants to talk about, really. Yeah, he said diplomacy. It could be.
Yes, I will note here on your message. It says, and other things. Yeah,
you're right. Now, all right. So look, here's what I'm thinking. because you said that we had like the circles, the things that make you go fast. Look, I love Zilargo. Like I am having a great time. Are you kidding? Like that party last night. Amazing. Like Zilargo is the best. And
What do you
I
think the
don't
gnomes
want
are the parties?
oh we need to learn. Like we need to study. Because that was amazing. Right? I had a great time. Also, I could go I could take a small contingent, so I had like a chaperone or some such, whatever's necessary. Like maybe Ludwig and our defenders, and we could go to Dargoon.
I don't know if that is possible. The Concord is not connected with Dargoon, and there's a certain procedure to how things are supposed to go. The houses are all meant to support one another. With that said, I mean, we will be stopping in Luciri. It is very close to the Darkwood border. I don't know. I mean, we could try and find a way to get him. I mean, we could perhaps try and extend our Orion circles to Nash to maybe visit, perhaps. Maybe even. Well, it's like you said. There's. Oh, she kind of thinks, goes. What about the prince? I mean, I don't imagine Prince has very good feelings about Nash, and he travels with you all. This could be a sort of secret affair that no one has to find out about. It would be very scandalous if it ever got out that you were meeting him in secret. But sometimes love prospers in secret rendezvous, yes? Perhaps a certain courtesy is extended to him, and he might visit to discuss business matters with us.
Baron blushing, just absolutely blushing and nodding.
If the winds can't go to the mountains, we'll just have to find a way to make the mountains come to the wind.
Oh, all right. Yeah, like
Well, you must be seen at the galas to support Leora and support your
course.
Lois.
Yeah, no, that is a thing that has to happen.
But who's to say that you can't invite? It will be very, very, very scandalous if it ever got out. But how will that? Why don't you? I see what I can do on my end, and you see what you can do on yours end. Yeah.
So, to be clear, who am I asking to let him put a telecircle in their place?
No one. You
No one?
handle him, and if he would be willing to come here, you seem to have some way of speaking with him. So you speak with him and see what his temperature is, and I'll maybe make some very, 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 very quiet inquiries with the available Orion individuals. This would be very scandalous. I must warn you, this will be very scandalous. It might even ruin your seasonal prospects if it ever got out. Just want to warn you, it would have to be a most clandestine affair. I have warned you now. It's off my plate.
You have absolutely warned me. You have absolutely no. This is fun. This is
right. I am no longer
fantastic.
responsible. I will make some very private inquiries with the employees of the Concord, and you make some very, 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 very private inquiries with your person we're talking about. She kind of gets a little chill. She's like, this is so dangerous. It's so exciting. Okay, very well. I will go. I will go. She wanders very casually out of the room.
All right, so Gwen's gonna be me for a little while. That's fine. She's gonna be fine.
Gwen's like, I love this assignment. I love the assignment. I get to be Rowen because Baron of House Diora. Oh, I'm gonna make them do everything I tell you.
If you're me, they have different clothes. You won't like them as much. I'm sorry.
I take all shapes.
Listen, you do the thing. I don't have that. So I do other things.
Fair enough.
I need to figure out what I'm going to say. And I got to get Lois on to
I
send
need
it
to figure
out.
out which of your dresses I'm wearing.
Oh,
She
she pulls them out.
she'll look through all of your outfits and
She's like, depending. And she can see where the matching things are.
yeah.
I imagine this is going to take some days to
Pull off, yeah.
pull off. This is not going to happen
No,
right this second.
we're gonna do this real discreet, like not speedy at all. Okay. Moving across, Lois, anybody have anything else they want to do today, or shall we shepherd on to the next event?
I'd throw a few drinks back with Soren and Todrick, but that's about it. I think that can be an off-screen thing.
Sure.
I got nothing.
With that, we'll have a little long rest. Oh, Lois.
I do have one thing that I want to send in between all of the courtiers, and it's just a letter out to the library.
Okay.
And they can get back to me whenever. I'm writing it now, and I'll drop it in the Zoom chat to you.
Okay, beautiful. Absolutely. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's move on to the next day. The next day is spent, Prince Orgrave managing his affairs, dealing with messages and whatnot, and all of you getting ready for the Starlit Symposium. If anyone has outfits, by all means. This one is not a masquerade. This one is just, dressing in Zalargo's splendor, if you wish. And I described sort of Zalargo's style, but I will again. Zalargo High Society is very into the following fashions. Precision and layered detail is very important to them. It sort of emphasizes complex layered tailoring. The more complex the design, the better. Hidden messages within the actual outfit are very tasteful here. So layered, detailed, color coordinated. They like jewelry and artifice integration. So rings with speaking stone, brooches with glyphs, jewels, basically common magic items, adding common magic items to the attire, and integrating them seamlessly into the outfit is very tasteful. Let's see here. And there's also, of course, an emphasis on identity and creativity. So layering all these things with personality, your own personality expressed through your wear, hairstyle, makeup. Makeup is very gender neutral here, where anyone will wear makeup. Some people wear a full stylized sort of face paint masks. The gentleman might wear something just to nothing caked on, but to emphasize. It is gender neutral, but on the females it is a little bit more like a full face of makeup. Yeah, beautiful. That's kind of what's tasteful here in Zalargo High Society. Incredible. Beautiful. Let me just go with this quick message for you, Lois. Very interesting. Okay, noted. Noted, Lois. You know what? I'm just gonna clean that up now. I'm gonna say tomorrow morning you are going to get probably one book. You're gonna get one book that is how close? Sure. This is like it, baby. They send you one book that is a book about like the artifice of creation forges, from the perspective of like a gnome inventor, with Kenneth interviewed. So while it's not like a Kenneth written document, it is sort of like a second hand. It's sort of like interview with the Kenneth creation forge maker. And there's a note there basically saying, you know, what you asked for was a very brief but magnificent discovery, and some of it is noted in the book. It isn't the primary focus, but it is about the creation of forges.
Fantastic.
Okay, magnificent. Okay, beautiful. Magnificent. If anyone wishes to share what they're wearing to the Starlit Symposium, you would be told that this is being held by Clan Tarlock, and it is as it sounds, and it's going to be a sort of rooftop gathering under the starry sky. So, dress accordingly, however that may be. If anyone has anything they wish to share, by all means. If not, we'll move along, but please let me know.
Is Prince Orgif going?
I'm putting it together.
Yeah, basically the Concord is like, the thing is like everyone has to go to everything.
Okay.
And you guys are in an unusual position where like the whole house would only go to places where the whole house can find proper wives or husbands, right? Like Kenneth, humans, they're only going to the 5 nations. You guys are in an awkward situation where they're like, I guess we'll stick with it for the sake of unity. So yeah, and that puts an Orgrave as a most unusual addition to this. So they're like, I guess so as well. Like you gotta go as well. So he will go as well.
What's he wearing? He's just gonna go in his like royal attire now.
Yeah, he's gonna go in. It's a starlit thing. It's going to be nice enough for a prince, but it's not like. So it's going to be like a fine outfit, but he's not blowing past what would be considered a fine outfit. His nation is not very wealthy, and you expect he doesn't like collect exceptional wealth for himself, as well as people within the state. So he kind of is like he wears the bare minimum of the station, and that's what he's wearing here. It's not particularly tailored towards like a Starlit situation.
I would say then the cross is. I mean, he is still technically a priest, so he will be wearing like slightly like more formalist wear for like, a sovereign host priest, but nothing like specially made for this particular event.
And that's the same. He's going to wear something nice, but not specifically tailored to the event. Yeah. He goes to you. Starlit Symposium. Oh, I've got to talk philosophy with gnomes. Why did I agree to this?
You could always deflect them to me.
I regret I said that. Or that you said that. Because that's probably exactly what I'm going to try and do. Yeah.
Well, I'll be a subject of fascination, I'm sure, and I can adequately evade as needed.
It seems that we both have the same books then. All right. Who else has got? I see some postings. Lois, let's hit you. What are you? You're wearing something exceptional.
Yep. It's a white and lavender piece with a embroidered um, flower piece that comes from the hem up and across one shoulder. Her hair's down and it's set with a bunch of pins that have all got gem pieces to give them a little zip zap, but they're orchestrated so that they're a constellation kind of running down the back of her head.
Excellent.
And she's also wearing the little gifted brooch as well.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Excellent. Love it. Rowan, why don't we hear about you? What are you wearing?
So Rowan is wearing a storm gray pantsuit with a vest, with a cream colored shirt underneath it, and she's got the ascot tied in the brooch. Her overcoat is again that off-white, the incredible detailing and lacing and embroidery with the skew hat, and her long hair kind of set down around the one side. And she and Gwen compliment, not match, but compliment.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, Gwen will be happy to compliment. Ludwig, do we have anything from you? Sorry, you're in the middle of eating. Well, I guess you're the last, so whenever you got a moment. Not to put you on the spot.
I think I'll go. I think I'll go. I'll go similar to the prince. Like, it's not something showing off much. Like, he's Carnathian. That's one of the things that make him interesting in this region of the world.
Absolutely.
But not disrespecting the style quite outright. But it's like, yeah, like, oh, he's from not around these parts. He looks interesting, you know.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be disrespectful to put forth your, culture. Like, this is what I am, this is who I am. That's not. And as I said about Zalargo, they do appreciate that personal touch. So while you're not indulging in the other 2 or 3 elements, you are the last one. That's probably the most important one, especially for a foreigner.
You will never accuse Ludwig's fashion of being extravagant.
Fair enough. Such as your homeland. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. And with that, you guys are all put back on to some gondolas, and you are taken to the Starlight Symposium. You guys sail down the way. This time, now that you're a little bit more known, everybody in Zalargo wants to see the new Dragonmark house and wants to see this Prince of Sirius. You guys are a hot topic, and no need for fake whispers, as there are plenty around. As you guys take your gondola ride through the city, your boat kind of going through and sort of being displayed to everybody around. People on the various boat or bridges will look down and see all of you. Some small gnomish children will bounce up and down and wave, and lesser nobles who are not attending the symposium will gossip, or people who are there ahead of time on behalf of those who are the season, but of the same clan, will sort of gossip and maybe run off. And you guys are definitely a heavy center of attention. But eventually, you come to the house of Clan Tarmon here in Cornburg. You are stepping off the gondola, onto a set of stairs that takes you up and up and up and up, high above onto a beautiful rooftop terrace. While it is twilight, there are some stars that are beginning to be seen. It seems that the weather is being held at bay. Perhaps they had enough coin to hire out Lyrandar to make sure that the storms don't get in the way of their beautiful starlit night. It is ringed by enchanted lampposts casting starlight orbs into gentle light. Crystalline benches and speaking podiums shimmer with an illusory moonlight with ivy and night blossoming flowers that wind through the wrought iron trestles. Let's see. House Civis is present. They project a magical script in the sky above, displaying and highlighting sort of words being said around, maybe words of wisdom that are shared in the crowd. Like someone would say something like, the river makes its path not by resisting, but by just going with the flow. And then there will be like a quote of just like somebody who spoke in the audience, in the crowd, something that they thought was worth noting. And then it kind of goes away. Soft string ensembles play beneath the domed awnings, and servers circulate crystal flutes with chilled elixirs and platters of delicious hors d'oeuvres. Does anybody who drinks who has some hors d'oeuvres?
I'll try them.
Okay, yes, the delicious hors d'oeuvres and the little elixirs are very, very delicious with interesting tastes. Yeah, Lois, Rowen, I know Cross isn't one to imbibe anything at all at any time. What about Rowen? What about Lois?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You'll partake.
Yeah, and Prince Orgrave just partakes in a drink. He, will politely cheers all of you. And, yeah, the night sort of kicks off. Lois, you are, and all of you now are well recognizing many people here and there. The first thing worth noting is that you seem to have some competition, Lois. Standing near to your target of interest and making themselves known to you, you are going to see some people speaking to Moldrick. There is 3 female ladies who are speaking to him in kind tones, with sort of flirty smiles and laughter, despite his sort of, his sort of severe nature. There is one individual who seems to be as cold as he is, but they seem to make good conversation, get a smile at him a little bit. There's another one who seems to be very energetic and laughing and sort of charming, and he puts a little hand on his shoulder as she laughs. And a last one who is very, very ostentatious, very big, very flashy. Seems very unsuited to Noldrick's tastes, but nonetheless seems to have some of his interest. And you would also see performing with the band is Violin, who is like playing a lyre and might give you just like a little wave if you catch his eye, but continue to sort of play the sound. And the night sort of comes to. Change this a little bit to my Novish dancing part. Is there any initial things anyone would do before the events of the symposium begin?
Yeah. I'm gonna go fishing for names for all 3 of the chippies.
Okay.
What's their 411?
Fair enough. Why don't you give me a insight or investigation check?
21 for investigation.
Yeah, that'll work. All right. Info. You would know that the three of them are as follows. The first one, the sort of colder one who makes good conversation, her name is Valkyrie Zarn. I will post these names as I go. Valkyrie Zarn is a scholar. Her clan has ties to the Trust. She's considered to be a very intelligent scholar. She's not considered to be a very charismatic individual, and a union with Noldrick would everyone knows that, like, of course she's going after him. It would be undoubtedly a strength to both their houses. Noldrick's house would regain ties to the Trust, and her house would only be strengthened with ties to scroll to Clan Tavardrin, obviously. And then you would hear about the next one, the sort of charismatic, sort of laughing one, sort of bold one. Her name is Mimlira Fennec. She is considered to be a charismatic engineer, a bold designer who has been working to rebuild certain teleportation webs around Zalargo. So she's very into teleportation technology and artifice. Her house isn't very political, but Mimilira is a bit of an aberration in her family, that she is very charismatic, very charming, very bold individual. And while her house is less political and wouldn't be interested, what you do hear is that Noldrick and Mimilara are childhood friends. And they have known each other for years and years and years and years. And they both come into the season together. So they get along very, very well. The last is one Pelic Brightflame. She is... everyone's a little confused by her interest. That she's very boisterous, very flashy. They're like, her disposition is entirely unsuited to Noldrick. I mean, Mimlira is... her house is a little unfit to marry Tavardrin, but in the subject of the love match, it would make complete sense, and it would certainly help Clan Fennec, even though they have no interest in such high political aspirations. Fierce competition. It makes sense, but Pelic Brightflame has no background with the Tavardrin clan or Noldrick, and her disposition is entirely unsuited to Noldrick. No one's terribly sure why she's even interested in it, and why he's interested in her. So that is who those three individuals are.
Okie dokie.
But as we're going in, I give Todrick the heads up. Get ready from everything. This particular night might just be a big debate club.
Great. This is the most boring war I ever fought in.
I was like, it might spice up yet.
To say, Lois, a server comes to you with a silver tray, and offers the silver tray to you.
I will avail myself what's on the tray.
It is a note of some kind, presumably. If you pick it up, the person just sort of bows to you politely and heads out. Let's see here. It is... Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'm trying to get the information. Oh, here we go. Sorry. There we go. The poem appears to be sort of like artistic doodles. Just like, looks like someone just kind of doodled along the page, and they're very intricate doodles, they're very layered, but they just seem to be like kind of doodles of people and things at the party. Some of them are kind of crass. Some of them are just kind of like funny images of like almost like a comedic portrayal of some of the people here at the table at the place. What's your passive investigation?
20.
Yeah, it's not. Surprise. You immediately detect that while these are doodles, there is some kind of script integrated into it. Some of it is illusory. Some of it is sort of like a spiraling mirror of various rare dialects from Zalargo's history. It's a very artistic puzzle. But you are very smart. Would you like to try and deduce the message?
I'm just checking something. Okay. I will cast it anyway.
Okay.
Because it may be useful in helping parse out some of the language stuff.
Sure.
But I will cast comprehend languages.
Excellent. Why don't you make me an investigation check, and I'll give you advantage because of their comprehend.
Okay. Why can't I roll worth a damn? That'll be a 15.
That'll be a 15. I will simply bring it down.
Wait, no. I just no. I have inspiration. Okay, so it'll get up to an 18 because I still have not managed to roll over a 10.
Awesome. I will simply bring it down to a matter of time. That the more time you spend with it, the DC will drop. You've got the comprehend languages. You're fucking Lois on Abiliora. You know what I mean? It's gonna be good. I will say as like the beginning event of the symposium begins to sort of take, where like you kind of miss the opening display to show where like the sky in an illusory manner begins to. Well, don't worry about it because you're like. It's like a puzzle that you're struggling to figure out, and you're like, whatever, the amusements and all of the also you're like trying to figure it out. So you kind of miss the opening speech a little bit. It doesn't really matter. You kind of tune in when it becomes important, but you do decipher it, and it says the following. I want to give you the choice, but I feel like it's fun for the plot. I am going to post the... Now, this is above the table. I'm letting all of you see it, just because... Sorry, Lois. I want you all to see it because it's fun. But only Lois sees this, but this is what you interpret from the note. I'll read aloud if that is helpful. If anyone wants, no, you're reading it. You're all going for it. It's fine. I'll let you all read it. I will assume. Just let me know when. Okay, looks
Kind
like
of, that's kind of cute in a dirty way.
yeah. That's the hope. that's the desire.
Could you text us again on like the thing on Messenger later so I can look back at it?
Sure, I'll post it up in there as well.
Yeah, maybe I need to read it through a second time over.
Yeah, well, I can. Yeah. No, I've posted it in the Facebook chat, so it's on reference there. But yeah, you read this, Lois. Is there? I'm gonna say that, Lois, whatever your reaction to it, that is private. As the rest of you are probably dazzled by the symposium. You guys see the twilight sky suddenly just like illusory, just sort of magically Disney style almost, just sort of milk over in this sort of like very, very, very deep navy purple, blackish blue color. That makes the sky black, and then sort of going the other way, all the stars like, begin to sort of twinkle out in perfect visibility, despite the fact you're in the middle of the city, where all of the city lights are beautiful on the horizon, but the night sky is perfect to be seen by all. You are going to see your host, this beautifully dressed woman in this starlit gnomish dress, this layered big gala gown comes out onto the stage. She says, Clan Tarlock welcomes everybody to this most auspicious occasion, to this gala. Today, we shall consult with one another the constellations representing the principles of Zillah. And we shall debate today about substance, the ability to frame one's world in a clever, veiled barbs. And everyone sort of chuckles a little bit and says, indeed, today we shall pose certain topics, perhaps ones that are a little inflammatory, perhaps ones that people probably shouldn't speak about, perhaps ones that are very important, perhaps ones that are a little silly. But we will find ourselves in precious debates where we might learn the minds of those who are all around today. So, we will begin our wonderful symposium with many lovely topics. And our many lovely guests may show that they are not just beautiful in dress, but beautiful in mind as well. We will be picking on people if we don't hear from you. So, let the symposium begin, and may you enjoy the discourse as it progresses. And that's where we're going to end the session. The next session, we will pick up some sort of symposium-based, sort of philosophical, political, possibly scandalous topics will be brought up to be discussed, and we'll move right along with the season.
Eric, did you copy down the message?
I have.
Okay. Rowen has constructed a response.
Cool.
Didn't mean to throw you for a loop there.
No, but me? No, you're fine. You're good. I love me a good loop, dude. Bring it. This is the drama arc, man. Bring your drama. We want it here, right? That's the whole point. And as we come to the end of the session, I will put out there, we're taking a very different turn in the game. And I just want to remind everybody, we got an open door policy here. Feel free to shoot me a private message if anyone's feeling it or not feeling it or wants to see more of this or more of that. I'm trying to progress, through things a little quicker so that we can get to... Because each nation's going to have its own themes. Like right now, this is like the Lois show, and then we're going to see some politics with new series future where all of you are going to have influence and so on and so forth. So I want to make sure everybody's enjoying themselves. So please let me know if you're not. Or if you'd like to see a little bit more of this, a little bit less of that. My door's always open, so please feel free. I'll never be offended. I just want to make sure everyone's having